Waheshimiwa, na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliotukanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. We have quorum. We can start. Honorable members, you may wish to note that you have a supplementary order paper that will guide our business this afternoon.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, take your seats quickly. The nearest free seat. Honorable members, I've got 2 pieces of communication to make. The first one is a statement by the National Treasury and Economic Planning on the status of disbursement of the national government CDF for the financial year 2022-2023. Honorable members, I wish to bring to your attention the fact that I have received a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning regarding the effect of the Supreme Court's decision on the matter of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund NGCDF Act and the accrued liabilities of the CDF, the original CDF and the NGCDF. In his statement, honorable members, the Cabinet Secretary reports that the Attorney General has advised as follows. 1, that all liabilities properly incurred by the CDF and the NGCDF before the decision of the Supreme Court should be settled by the national government. 2, that the NGCDF Act of 2015 has itself not been expressly declared unconstitutional despite the observations by the Supreme Court. The matter of the constitutionality or otherwise of the Act is a matter still pending determination by the High Court in Wanjiru Gikonyo and another versus the National Assembly and 8 others, 2016 EKLR, and as such, express declaration may only be made by the High Court in line with its jurisdiction pursuant to Article 165(3) of the Constitution. 3, that with regard to the matter of interim Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, the Supreme Court held that, and I quote, quite clearly the High Court has been entrusted with a mandate to interpret the Constitution. This empowerment by itself, however, does not confer upon the High Court an exclusive jurisdiction, for by the appellate court process, both the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court are equally empowered to interpret the Constitution, certainly in respect of matters resolved at first instance by the High Court. Only where litigation takes place entailing issues on constitutional interpretation must the matter come in the first place before the High Court. with the effect that interpretation of the Constitution by both the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court will have been limited to the appellate stages. Honorable members, based on the foregoing guidance, the Attorney General has therefore advised that the NGCDF Act of 2015 technically remains in force until such express declaration is formally made by the High Court or other superior courts as may be seized of the matter on appeal. In light of the advice from the Attorney General, the National Treasury and Economic Planning confirms that it will commence disbursement to the NGCDF by tranches of 2 billion on a weekly basis with effect from 9th December 2022, and will have disbursed a total of 44.289 billion by the 23rd week of disbursement. The House is accordingly informed. I thank you. Honorable members, take the nearest available seat. There's still another communication. The nearest available seat. Order, honorable members. My second communication is on the suspension of committee sittings during the long recess. Honorable members, as notified in today's order paper, at the rise of the sitting, the House is scheduled to proceed on its long recess from tomorrow, Friday, 2nd December 2022, to resume its sittings on Tuesday, 14th February 2023, in accordance with its calendar as approved on 12th October 2022. Today's sittings therefore mark the conclusion of regular sittings of this part of the session, of the first session of the 13th Parliament. Tomorrow will be the beginning of a well-deserved break after the smooth takeoff of the 13th Parliament. Honorable members, during this session, we have managed to transact key businesses of the House, including swearing in of members, establishment of committees, vetting and approval of cabinet secretaries, and vetting of principal secretaries, among others. A more comprehensive report on the activities of the House will be contained in the session report on business of the Assembly, which is being prepared by the clerk. Honorable members, as an established practice, committee activities are usually interrupted during this long recess. In this regard, the House is notified that all committee activities shall stand suspended from Monday, 19th December 2022 to Monday, 16th January 2023. Consequently, no committee activities shall be conducted during the said period unless special consideration is granted by my office upon written request. In order to safeguard business with statutory timelines from lapsing during the period, the counting of days for such business shall cease and resume when the House first sits for the second session on 14th February 2023. I hasten to remind members that should need arise for the House to be recalled to transact any urgent business pursuant to Standing Order 29, you will be notified accordingly. Honorable members, I wish to sincerely thank the leadership of the House, members of this House and staff for the diligence and commitment exhibited during processing and transaction of business both in plenary and in committees throughout the session. I also wish to thank honorable members for settling down pretty fast and for focusing on the collective duty of this House, notwithstanding the divergent political shades of opinion that defined the hotly contested general election. In conclusion, honorable members, as you proceed to attend to your constituents and spend time with your families during the holiday season, I take this opportunity to wish you all a happy festive season as well as a prosperous new year, 2023. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, December 1st, 2022. 1, memorandum on the ratification of African Union Treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency, commonly known as AMA. 2, annual report for the financial year 2020-2021 from the Parliamentary Service Commission. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2021 and the certificates therein. Number 1, Kitale National Polytechnic, Bungoma North Technical and Vocational College, Lugari Diploma Teachers Training College, Madhioya Technical and Vocational College, Kenya School of Government, Institute of Human Resource Management, National Housing Corporation, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, Kenya National Highways Authority, and Lake Basin Development Authority. Number 4, Honorable Speaker, it's reports of the Auditor General and financial statements of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2021 and the certificates therein. Number 1, Rangwe, Suba South, Likoni, Kitutu Chache, South Mugirango, Bobasi, Mvita, Malindi, Magarini, Awendo, Nyaribari Chache, Bonchari, Taveta, and Kilifi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Are you done?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement, member for Kiambaa. Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health regarding case of medical negligence and malpractice in the country. Honorable Speaker, Kenya Bill of Rights under Chapter 4 of the Constitution provides for the right of every person to the highest attainable standard of health, which includes the right to health care services and the right to reproductive health care. The right also includes the right of every person to emergency medical treatment. Honorable Speaker, a patient generally approaches a medical practitioner or a hospital based on their reputation. On the one hand, medical practitioner and hospital are expected to provide medical treatment with all the knowledge and skills at their command. On the other hand, they are also expected not to do anything to harm patients in any manner because of negligence, carelessness, or reckless attitude. Medical practitioners are supposed to use their special knowledge and skills in the most appropriate manner for the best treatment of those patients who entrust their lives to them. Honorable Speaker, most regrettably, negligence and malpractice case, injury, or death, the increasing number of medical cases of negligence and malpractice in the country is of concern to everyone, and urgent steps need to be taken to ensure that these cases are put to a stop. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health. In the statement, the chairperson should address the following matters. Number 1, what is the number of medical negligence and malpractice cases that have been lodged with the Kenya Medical Practitioner and Dentist Board in the past 10 years, providing a breakdown per county? Out of the case lodged in one above, how many have been heard and determined, and how many are pending? Number 3, what is the status of investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of Master Travis Maina, who passed on in October 2022 at Kenyatta National Hospital during surgery to remove a fork jembe that was lodged in his head after allegedly having to wait for too long before receiving emergency treatment at the Kenyatta National Hospital? What steps is the Ministry of Health taking to ensure that cases of medical negligence and malpractice in the country are put to stop. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Kawanjiku. Question number 088. Caleb Amisi. Question deferred.
No,
Is it?
Honorable Speaker,
Oh, you've moved from where you normally sit. Go on, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question number 88 of 2022. A question to the Attorney General. Number 1, could the Attorney General explain the circumstances under which the defunct Barclays Bank of Kenya Limited, rebranded and registered as ABSA Kenya Limited in 2017, considering that the ABSA name was already registered and patented in 2007, issued with a certificate of incorporation number C130654, whose director is one Mr. Edward Njuguna, and the patent renewed in 2007 for a 10-year period. Number 2, could the Attorney General outline the steps that the government is taking to address the concerns raised in one above, and in particular confirm whether any user rights for the name were transferred to the bank? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. That question will go to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Next question, 089, George Koimburi MP, the Honorable. Is the member present? Question deferred. The next question, Member for Nyeri County, Rahab Mukami.
I'm here. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 090-2022. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the status of the progress of the approved Bradstone, Narumoro, and Karimenu dams in Keni, Nyeri County? What measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that the said dams are completed in a timely manner so as to help to alleviate the biting drought in the county? What measures is the ministry has put in place to ensure irrigation water from these dams is distributed to the constituencies in an efficient and cost-effective way that will boost the profitability of their farming activities? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mukami. That question will go to the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy and Irrigation. Majority Leader, your Thursday statement. Question pursuant to Standing Order 44-2A, Majority Leader. Oh, sorry, before we go to the Majority Leader, there's a response to a question. Yes, the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal, to respond to a statement requested by Irene Kasalu MP on insecurity and invasion of camel herders in Kitui County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tongoyo, before you make this issue the statement, is the Honorable Kasalu in the House? Well, the question belongs to the House, so go ahead and make your response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bit a long statement from the CS, but I will try to give the key important issues. This was the statement regarding the insecurity and invasion of the camel herders in the Kitui County, asked by the said honorable member. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Irene Kasulu, MP for Kitui County, requested for a statement. Security Committee have organized 3 such meetings in Mudaka Ward, and the first one was held on 21st September, which has actually marked the World Peace Day. And the second one took place on 18th October. And in particular, were members of parliament, namely Nimrod Mbai and Honorable Nyamai for the Kitui East. Mr. Speaker, the County Security and Intelligence Committee held a peaceful meeting also in Kasiluni Village in Kivani location at Ngomeni Division on 29th September 2022. And the public insisted that the camel herders have to move out of the farmland immediately to pave way for the preparation of the planting season. On 28th, the inter-religion security meeting was held at Kisiluni Market, and it was presided over by the Eastern and Northeastern Region Security and Intelligence Committee, led by the Regional Commissioner, James Regional Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, we all remember that on 22nd November 2022, the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Professor Kindiki, toured the Mandagoi area and give the following directive. One, the immediate recruitment of 250 national police reservists to aid, this is to add to the 71 who already are in existence and already deployed to the Mwingi North constituency. The Cabinet Secretary also ordered for the immediate removal of the camels from the game reserve, and this was, Mr. Speaker, effectively done. And still, implementation is still ongoing. Honorable Speaker, the county government of Kitui has also promised to construct 6 new police stations along the game reserve and actually the cattle line area, which stretches about 370 kilometers. The Honorable Speaker, the operation to flush out bandits, raiders, and invaders across the Kitui County is currently at its final stage inside the park, and the further investigations are ongoing with a view to bring to books the perpetrators for the killing and the loss of properties in Kitui County. And the cases reported are at various stages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I promise if the member need, we can give, I'm willing to give the comprehensive report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Tongoyo. Yes, Honorable Bowen. Give him the mic.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Chair of National Security. I remember when the member of Kitui County, Honorable Kasalo, brought this issue. It was not only confined to Kitui County, Honorable Speaker. It was an issue which affected almost all the counties in the North Rifty and also in the Northeastern, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the statement is very good, and I want to congratulate the new CS, Professor Kindiki Kithure. Mr. Speaker, we want to ask the CS the same measures he has taken in Kitui County to employ the NPRs. I've had about 200. Mr. Speaker, in Keria Valley counties, we still have these challenges of insecurity. We want to ask the chair and also the CS to also visit Keria Valley counties and that part of Turkana, West Pokot, and Baringo, so that we make sure, Mr. Speaker, our people are living in peace. I know, Mr. Speaker, because of the drought in the country, and many of our people who are pastoralists, they have been able to go around the country looking for water and pastures for the animals. But again, that should not give our people the authority to invade into people's farms, killing other people, Mr. Speaker. So, and as a leaders also, Mr. Speaker, in this house, we represent them, we are their leaders. It's good that we take also measures and we sit down with our neighbors so that we make sure that we coexist as Kenyans. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bowen. Majority Leader, your Thursday statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 29th November 2022, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, the House is scheduled to proceed for the long recess from tomorrow, 2nd December 2022, in accordance with our House calendar. Members will have the opportunity to get back to our constituencies, to recharge and to reconnect with our families and constituents, especially over this Christmas season. Honorable Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank you, honorable members, for your diligence, your active participation, and overall contribution in the House. Despite the strict deadlines, we have achieved much on several key issues, including the just concluded vetting of principal secretaries, nominees, and this is a great representation of this House, all the Kenyan people. I also wish to commend committee chairpersons for their diligence in leading the committees in concluding a lot of pending business that was before them. In retrospect, Honorable Speaker, I believe it has been a wonderful session in which we have achieved a lot. Honorable Speaker, as we recollect and appreciate what has been achieved, I would like to remind members that we still have a significant number of legislative proposals, bills, and other statutory instruments that most certainly need our keen attention when the House resumes on Monday, 13th February 2023. After Monday, 13th February 2023. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to take this opportunity to inform members that the House may be recalled for a special sitting pursuant to provision of Standing Order number 29 to consider important pending business, including the consideration of nominees for appointment to the Commission on Revenue Allocation and any other urgent business that may arise in the interim. Of course, Honorable Speaker, subject to your approval, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the House Business Committee, on my own behalf, and on behalf of the great people of Kikuyu constituency, may I also take this opportunity to wish all our members, their families, and constituents a very Merry Christmas, a happy festive season, and God willing, a prosperous 2023. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority. Honorable members, I wish to acknowledge the presence of the Wopa Catholic Primary School, Embakasi East, in the Speaker's Gallery. And in the public gallery, we have Manyata Primary School from Laikipia West, Laikipia County. We have Mount Zion Academy from Moiben, Uasin Gishu County. And we have Ilkiragerien Primary School. I hope I pronounced properly. Narok East, Narok. Yes, Honorable Wandai. Yes, I was going to join the House in welcoming the 4 schools in the House of Parliament. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Wandai.
So, Speaker, I rise on Standing Order number 40, Part 2. And just for avoidance of doubt, I may begin to read it. That business shall be disposed of in the sequence in which it appears in the order paper, or in such other sequence as the Speaker may, for the convenience of the House, direct. So, Speaker, I rise to plead with you. Having looked at the supplementary order paper for this afternoon sitting, I notice that we have certain business from order number 13. Order number 13 to order number 32. specifically in respect of consideration of nomination for appointment as principal secretaries. Mr. Speaker, I am rising to request you, and very, very kindly so, to consider consider moving these businesses from order number 13 to order number 32 to, if possible, come after order number 33. For the reason that, the Speaker, I have just received the first batch of the reports of the committees on these proposed appointments. The first report we have received as a House this afternoon, in fact, once you are seated, Mr. Speaker, is one on the Department Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. We have got a host of others which are yet to land on our desks, Mr. Speaker. So we may want to get time to go through these reports conclusively for us to be able to make informed contributions when the time comes. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very reasonable request, considering the fact that ultimately, if order number 8 succeeds, we may have all the time to deal with the rest. Why is Honorable Pukose shouting? You know, this House must go back to its default mode, of being a house of debate and discourse. If every time somebody else has to speak, people are shouting, and it doesn't make sense. I'm making a very, very reasonable appeal to you, Mr. Speaker, that we consider these businesses after the business appearing under order number 33, for us to get in ample time to go through this report. And they're very voluminous, Mr. Speaker, if you can look at just one for defense. Otherwise, shall not be doing justice to ourselves and to the country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I think the Leader of Minority is well within his rights and place to make that request. But I want to vehemently oppose that request, Honorable Speaker. I think, Honorable Speaker, when the order paper was done, I think it's quite clear, and as I indicated in my statement, Honorable Speaker, all these members took a lot of time in committees to consider the vetting of principal secretaries. And as I indicated in the morning session, Honorable Speaker, a government that doesn't have substantive accounting officers in office in a big way is dysfunctional. And I think we must all appreciate that people who are leaving office in terms of the principal secretaries who have been serving are waiting to hand over. They're also eager to leave because people want to move on with their lives. I think it's only fair that we allow conclusion of business as scheduled and as listed on the order paper in terms of the special motions for approval of principal secretaries. And there is no rush, Honorable Speaker. If the Leader of Majority had bothered to look at the first procedural motion, order number 8, is a procedural motion for extension of the sitting until conclusion of business. Therefore, I'll just seek his indulgence to be around for some time. And we will get to that order number 33, and we will do justice to it as we will do justice to all the other motions listed. And since we are not in a hurry to go anywhere today, this is the last day, we will take a break. Therefore, just allow us to proceed as we have, the order paper has been done, with all due respect to the Leader of Minority.
Yes, Honorable Junet. On the same point? Give Honorable Junet the microphone.
Mr. Speaker, as much as I agree with the Majority Leader that we need to dispense off with this matter so that these accounting officers can report to their duties if they are approved by the House, and the urgency of the matter, that is in his place, Mr. Speaker, to raise those issues because it's a very important issue for the executive. But Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to bring to your attention that the vetting process took place yesterday, 30th. Yesterday is when the court, the Speaker ruled the previous day. People sat down yesterday. People wrote a report yesterday. The report was brought to the House today. Now, just now, Mr. Speaker, we will also, as a house, we will look like doing a mockery on the process of vetting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, vetting under the new constitution is a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker. It's a very important matter. Not all members are in one committee. Some of the members are in different departmental committees. Some of the members are, for example, in health. The members who are in health committee are not in energy committee, who are vetting the PS for energy. And the members who are vetting the health committee are not vetting the PS for... Mr. Speaker, you had your point of order, Majority Leader.
Order.
You had a point of order. Give me time to say mine. This is House of Debate.
Junet, you have made your point.
Chair, to conclude, Mr. Speaker, sir. Yes. Mr. Speaker, this issue of vetting is very serious. So members need to internalize, look at the report, look at it, examine it, unless we are a conveyor belt that we are supposed to approve everything that comes to the House. We are not a conveyor belt. We need to understand the thing. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker, Murugara thinks this is jail like the way he was handling people there. Keep quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of minority has said that these are very valid documents and that they need time to go through. But I want to assure him that 95% of members of this House are fast learners. We have already gone through the report. We have internalized it. We are ready to support or not to support. And we should proceed, Honorable Speaker. Next time I will ask the members of the minority party to be fast learners. When a report comes, please read the report very fast. Don't waste time meeting your party leader, debating on things that are unhelpful. Read the report and be efficient. So, Mr. Speaker, we should proceed.
Order, honorable members, I do not wish to open debate on this. The request by the minority leader is declined. Order, I don't want to escalate debate on this. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of sitting until conclusion of business.
Order, before we go to that, I'm told there is a request from JLAC to table a report on IEBC amendment bill. Give the chair of JLAC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to table the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, yes, Jeanette, what is it? What is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to seek your indulgence on the issue that has been tabled by the Honorable Member for Tharaka, the Chairman of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. Yes. Mr. Speaker, this matter, even though it is listed on the order paper, as you can see, Mr. Speaker, the matter is listed on the order paper, the matter is being tabled now, and it is coming up for debate on the order paper, Mr. Speaker. It's the same case.
Honorable Jeanette.
Mr. Speaker, give me a minute.
Hold on,
give me a minute,
Jeanette.
Mr. Speaker.
That matter is at order number 34.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Mr.
I'll
Speaker.
allow you to raise the issue when we reach that order.
No, Mr. Speaker, because I didn't know it was being tabled now. I thought it was tabled in the morning, yes, so that we could debate this afternoon.
That is on order 34, right?
But Mr. Speaker, it is one of the rare cases I've come across in the House that a paper is being tabled now, it's already on the order paper, Mr. Speaker. Me, I thought the matter was tabled in the morning. I came here for debate, not for tabling, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to raise an issue also about the same matter because it is on the floor at the moment in form of tabling, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this matter as a member of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, Mr. Speaker, the matter was not done conclusively. The matter was not done as a committee conclusively, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this was done in a very haphazard manner.
Order, Honorable Jeanette. Order,
Mr. Speaker, I will not
Jeanette.
think we will participate in this kind of
Honorable
heckling now.
Jeanette.
Yeah.
Order, Honorable Jeanette. That point, one, as a member of the same committee, you could have prosecuted that argument in the committee. Secondly, that matter you are raising, legitimate as it may be, is in relation to Order 34. Right now, we are on Order number 8. So if you hold your horses, when we hit order 34, I'll give you the first shot to register your contestations. Next order. Yes, Majority Leader, what is it? Let him finish and I'll give you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before we move there, indeed, Honorable Speaker, we are well guided by your directive on the point of order raised by the Honorable Jeanette. But Honorable Speaker, I am told those who are in the legal profession say that if you seek equity, you must do so with very clean hands. And this is a law-making house. I think the same pervades here, that if we seek equity, we must do so with extremely clean hands. And I am rather perturbed, Honorable Speaker, because I have gone through the minutes of the JLAC committee.
Leader, you are falling in the same trap. Escalating an argument that the Speaker has ruled out of order is being out of order. Let's go to order number 8. Wanda, on the same matter? Order. Yes, you can rise. I have not even given you permission to rise. What is it you want to? I'll rule you out of order if it's on the same issue.
Mr. Speaker, you know, we seem to be in a hurry this afternoon. I don't know why. We need to relax. Let's breathe in and breathe out. Yes, let's just relax. The world is not ending today. The world is going to be there forever. It is us who will perish and leave the world. So let's not be in a hurry, Mr. Speaker.
To your point of order.
No, I'm coming to it. Mr. Speaker, you know, and that's why I like you being on the chair there. Because of your vast experience on matters of parliamentary procedure and business. Mr. Speaker, the point raised by Honorable Jeanette, even though may look flimsy, it is, from my viewpoint, very weighty. Very weighty because this House has continued to operate on the basis of procedure.
Honorable Wandai, take your seat. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Honorable Wandai, I said whatever Honorable Jeanette was raising, legitimate as it may be, it is on order number 34. And I'll allow him to raise the issue when we reach that order. So you are out of order to praise me and then sneak through the back door and start pursuing the same argument that I've ruled out of order. Thank you for the praise, but I'm sorry you're out of order. Honorable Otienda Amolo, I hope it's not on the same point. Give Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point first is of interest because it has risen as a point of order before, and I think, Mr. Speaker, you are well aware, and some of the members here are well aware, that there was a matter involving all members of this House coming up this morning, involving CDF. I want to let the members know that with the intervention of the Speaker, and some of our members are here across the board, we were able to represent the members, we were able to postpone the issue, and we have a good breather to get our house in order. And there's absolutely nothing to stand in the face of us proceeding. We were there with the Honorable Muriu, we were there with Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Chepkonga, and that is the reason why some of us did not attend the JLAC meeting this morning.
Thank you.
Having said that, Mr. Speaker, and coming to the order in which it's coming, I'm getting a bit confused because on the one hand, the leader of majority says we are not in a hurry. On the other, he says we are in a hurry. Some of the members say they read quickly. Some say they read slowly. When it comes to the jail-like report, the point here is, Mr. Speaker, I think any substantive issue on the jail-like report can be raised at that time. But there are certain matters that are more fundamental only when you're giving the notice. And the question is there a report for which you can have a substantive discussion? I want to tell you, without fear of contradiction, that I am in JLAC, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, but it has come to lack justice and come to lack fairness. It has become a kangaroo committee. One day, this will bite us. One day. It might be convenient today, but it will come to bite us. I think it is unfortunate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable senior counsel. You started very well and ended extremely badly. I want to order, honorable members, I want on your behalf to thank the team of lawyers in this house that have put together Honorable Otienda Molo, Honorable Chepkonga, Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Member for Katanga, Honorable Member for Kandui, Honorable Member Mutuse, Honorable Member Murugara. I counted Chepkonga already. Honorable Member TJ Kajwang, Honorable Member Olwoch, Honorable Member Baba Wino, but you are not in the team. These members, honorable members, are giving this house pro bono services to defend the status of NGCDF, and they have assured the Speaker that they will be available to the House on any matter that touches on the integrity and good working of this House. So we want to extend our salutations to them and encourage them to continue defending the integrity of the House, the interests of the people you represent, and any other matter that may come to cause disruptions and inconvenience in your work. As to the second point, Honorable Otienda Molo, you are totally out of order. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of sitting until conclusion of business.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I move this procedural motion, allow me also, Honorable Speaker, to join you in commending the team of senior counsel and our very good lawyers who have represented. And for the record, Honorable Speaker, I think it's important to mention that the senior counsel, Tiende, the other lawyers, are not representing in court members of parliament. They are in court representing CDFC committees from various constituencies, and some including children who are petitioning the court on account that they are not able to access bursaries. Therefore, it's good to be on record that since members of parliament are not stakeholders per se in CDF, but they represent the actual stakeholders in the CDF, the children of Kenya who have not been able to access bursaries, CDFC committees that are not able to implement projects that touch on security and schools in our neighborhoods, the senior counsel and other lawyers from this house who have given their pro bono services to those committees and school committees, PMC committees in villages across the country. I am sure even the Honorable Babu Owino was seeking recognition because he has offered, he brought children from Embakasi East who have petitioned that they be allowed to access bursary through CDF. And let me also thank the other members and encourage all of us to, if you can get your school committees, your PMC committees in the villages, to be enjoined in that case, because it is a protection of their interests. so that the perception that is out there that CDF is there for members of parliament, for Kenyans, and even the court to understand that CDF is taking care of interests of children in our neighborhoods, children who are not in school today and some who will not be able to access school in January if we do not have CDF. But also, Honorable Speaker, because the leader of minority walked in a bit late, he didn't hear your communication. Thank you for the efforts that you have also taken to ensure, together with the Office of the Clerk and my office, to ensure that the disbursements of CDF will commence from next week and on a weekly basis, a figure of 2 billion shillings every week. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I beg to move the procedural motion that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33A, this House resolves to extend the sitting time for today's afternoon sitting until conclusion of business appearing on the order paper. Honorable Speaker, I think the procedural motion is rather self-explanatory, Honorable Speaker, because as members can see, the supplementary order paper is quite heavy. And as the leader of minority had clearly stated, all the way to order number 33, 34, it may extend beyond the sitting time when the House rises. And since we are moving on our long recess, it's important that we be able to conclude all this business. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to move and ask the Honorable Mureu Wakili, who ably represented committees in court, to second.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before I second this motion, on the issue of CDF, I like to state something to the effect that as members of parliament, when we have an opportunity or when our process of business is being challenged, and yet we don't actively get involved in court matters, expect adverse proceedings to happen without our absence. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I think I want to just thank you for setting up that caucus. Now we can be able to proceed for the recess, knowing that we have CDF for our people, and knowing that our children in January, they'll go back to school. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to second the motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, I propose the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33A, this House resolves to extend the sitting time for today's afternoon sitting until conclusion of business appearing on the order paper.
Put the question. Put the question on that one.
Is that the mood of the House? Okay, Wandai, let me hear the minority.
Mr. Speaker, I am on the floor. I'm on the floor, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, before I comment on this motion, let me just also join my colleagues in appreciating the efforts you've made towards ensuring that NGCDF is unlocked. But I also want to appreciate the fact that finally sense has prevailed on the part of the executive. Because we told them all along that there is nothing whatsoever that is unconstitutional in the NGCDF 2015 Act. And nothing was to stop them from disbursing these funds. But now that they have seen the sense, we appreciate that these funds should now come out quickly for children to proceed with their education. Mr. Speaker, on this procedural motion, I want to, from the very outset, oppose it vehemently. I will explain why. And you must be patient to get my explanation. Mr. Speaker, just as I said earlier on, we are not in a hurry to anywhere. I have gone through the order paper. I have gone through the supplementary order paper. From order number 1 up to order number, you will have to endure as I contribute, yes, up to order number 35. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing earth-shaking in any of these motions or businesses under these orders, Mr. Speaker, that if we don't conclude them in this sitting, then the world will come to a stop. Never, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing whatsoever, nothing completely. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, by passing this procedural motion, we shall basically be setting on a path to make this House a conveyor belt, to make this House a rubber stamp of decisions which have been engineered elsewhere. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I still maintain that we can do our business up to the normal time that the House rises today, and then come back whenever that shall be, and continue with the rest of the business, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be appealing to members that if we accede to this request to approve this motion, we shall be contributing towards the erosion of the dignity and credibility of this august House. Mr. Speaker, that will be something that will forever be unforgiven by posterity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know the rush, and I can now say it, Mr. Speaker. The rush is to ensure that by the time this House rises at midnight, you shall have sent home or sent to the tribunal the 4 IBC commissioners.
Order, Honorable Wandai.
That is the point, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying. Yeah, and you must listen to me. Yeah. The point here is that you are in a hurry to send the 4 IBC commissioners home against all the tenets of democracy and justice. This House cannot be a party to draconian tendencies. We cannot contribute towards turning this country to the dark old days. The dark old days of dictatorship. The dark old days of brinkmanship.
Order. Switch him off. Order, Honorable Wandai. Order, Honorable Wandai. Honorable Wandai, I withdraw the microphone because when the speaker is on his feet, however emotional, however agitated, whatever the importance of what you are saying, this is a house of rules. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable Wandai. Order, Honorable Wandai. You are a very senior member of this House, and you know there are rules against anticipating debate. The issues you are saying too are at Order 33. When you reach there, you will be able to say everything, including what you are saying. But as for now, Honorable Wandai, I advise you and all the senior members in the House to show good example to your new colleagues so that they can be able to understand. Yes. So that we can be able to proceed. Chepkonga. Yes. Any member who is shouting at another is out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Although I had stood on a point of order against the issues that my very good friend, the Honorable Opio Wandai, you know, we've come a long way with him. Mr. Speaker, one of the trainings of lawyers, and possibly this is what we need to tell him, you don't need to shout to pass your point. You don't need to raise the same issue every time. The Speaker has the ear, has the eye, has heard, and has made a ruling. And there's nothing to shout at one another, Mr. Speaker. Everybody has an ear here. We will listen to you. We will see you. And all of us represent the people. There is no one who represents nothing here. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion of extension of the House, Mr. Speaker. As you know, in fact, it's been said we are so much in a hurry. The members who are saying that we are so much in a hurry are saying, why has NGCDF not been dispersed? Mr. Speaker, we must approve this one fairly quickly so that we can have the PS, substantive PS, so that they can authorize this money to us fairly quickly. In fact, the PSs that are there, Mr. Speaker, maybe the Honorable Wanda is not aware, there is something called in law holding over. Holding over, you are not a substantive person. In fact, you are just keeping the place warm so that it doesn't get cold. You're not intended to be making any substantive decision that are of any kind.
You have made your point. Honorable members, I'll now put the question. This is a procedural matter. Order, honorable members, and for orderly conduct of the House, I will direct the clerks that every time the Speaker is on his feet, the member who is on the floor should also take his seat. If you don't take your seat, then your mic will be off until the Speaker sits, then it comes back to you, so that we avoid unhelpful altercations across the floor. I want to plead with you to keep this House orderly. Those who are many will have their way. Those who are not many will have their say all the time, so that we maintain our democracy, we maintain our decorum, and we maintain a good example to those young children sitting in the gallery, watching the famous Junaid that they have never seen, and when they come to the House, they see the Junaid they didn't expect. Yes, Junaid, what do you want to say?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are right that this is a procedural motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a very important motion also because it is doing something that we normally don't do regularly, that we are extending our sitting time from 7 until the conclusion of business. This conclusion of business can go up to midnight, Mr. Speaker. So that is why we need to talk about it a bit. Mr. Speaker, we've been in this House for some time now. And Mr. Speaker, when illegalities are to be committed, we normally extend time. It is known, Mr. Speaker. And today is one of the days, is one of the dark days in our country when illegalities are going to be committed in this country, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the darkest moments in our country when people want to go to darkness. They don't want to do things in daylight. They want to do things in darkness. So now, assuming there were illegalities committed before, must you commit now? Didn't you tell us freedom has come? Didn't you tell us you want to rule the country?
Order, Honorable Junaid. Order. Order, Honorable members. BBI is dead and buried. It should not be resurrected here. Honorable members, I'll now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33A, this House resolves to extend the sitting time for today's afternoon sitting until conclusion of business appearing on the order paper. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. As members of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. You don't have the requisite numbers. Call the next order. You don't have the numbers.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of the report on statutory instruments, exemption from expiry regulation 2022.
Remain standing. How many? Order, honorable members, order. You may take your seat. Order, honorable members, you may take your seat. Those who have claimed the division have the requisite numbers. So ring the bell for 5 minutes.
hiyo ya jailer.
He has no power, sorry. Now, no's and yeses. Did you what the other officers? What is idea? Because we are going to have manual vote. Ndio, manual. Wale hawana. Kuna majina tunaitana. Yes. Finish writing. Let it. Hili no ama ni yes. Hata haina date. Hili ni manual. Nose, right? Manual nose. Then, manual.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Take your seats, honorable members. Order. Take your seats. Kawanjiku, take your seats. Order, honorable members. Take your seats. Honorable members, take your seats. Honorable members, take your seats. Honorable members, take your seats. Clerk, prepare for the vote, and I direct that you have a hybrid. Those with your cards log in, you'll have electronic voting. Those who don't have cards or their cards may malfunction will then be given an opportunity to come to the table and cast your votes. Everybody log in. Draw the bar. Draw the bar. Members at the bar, take your seats. This time, not the nearest seat. Go to the seat where your card is. Honorable members, if there are any members without cards, stand next to the sergeants there. You come to the public servants' benches, the nose to the left, the eyes to the right. Rindigiri, you go to where the judges normally sit. You go there. Fine, thank you. Members on either side without their cards. Yes, you go to the other side there. The nose this side, the eyes this side. Honorable member, please move quickly. Benja, move quickly. Members who are voting nay and have no cards, move to the left in the public servants bench, and vice versa on the right. Now, those with cards, remove your cards from your machines. Remove your cards from your machines. I see there is still Honorable Bidu, Honorable Raso, Honorable John Gitonga. Their cards have not been pulled out. You can now log in. Is there any member who doesn't know the procedure of voting so that we... Pardon? You have your procedure? No, you can't vote. I'll have to order. If your card is not working, you join your colleagues here. Yes. You may now proceed. You may proceed to vote. Not yet. Sorry. Hold. The technicians say you hold. Vote now. Okay, honorable members, don't get agitated. These are machines. They may function or malfunction. Remove your cards again. Everybody remove your cards. You've all done so? There are still 3 members who haven't. John Gitong of Manyata, Caleb Luyai of Saboti, and Wambuku wa Inaina of Odhaya. You have done so? Okay, now insert your cards and wait for 60 seconds. Don't insert your card and vote. Insert your cards and wait. Log in, log in, insert your card and your PIN number. Yes, Clark. We can vote now. Clerk, we vote now. Vote now. It's counting. Vote now. It is working. It is working. It is working. If it's not working, join them. Order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable Kajwang, please sit down. Please sit down. Order, honorable members. Order. Take your seats, honorable members. The electronic voting is over. Honorable Kajwang, I'm going to address your issue. We have members here who didn't have their cards. They'll now come in and vote. There will be a printout. If Kajwang does not appear on the printout, we'll give you an opportunity to vote. You have not been disenfranchised in any way. So just take your cool and keep your cool. We'll start with members who diligently owned up that their cards were not working. They'll come and vote. Those who are seated but their cards didn't work, your name will not appear on the printout. Then we can give you an opportunity to vote. It's as simple as that. Okay? Now, clerks, you have the roll call. As a member goes back to their seat, you tick them as having voted. Clerk, fanya kazi haraka.
Mbalu na TJ. Very fast. Mbalu, TJ. 14. Alama zako ni ngapi? 14. 14. Yes. The no's are 5. Yeah. Mbalu. Mbalu. Yes. Did she vote? No. 114 she voted. She voted? Yes, she voted.
Honorable members, 2 members claimed not to have voted electronically. The records show that the claim by the Honorable TJ Kajwang is legitimate. He can come and vote. And the claim by the Honorable Jess Kambalu is illegitimate. She had voted. So, Honorable Kajwang, you may come and vote. Yes. No, just vote. Vote. Honorable members, it's in your standing orders that when voting is going on, every member must be seated and be silent. So for the new members who are walking up and down, I see even the older ones are as well. When voting is going on, you are supposed to be seated and silent. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable Mwenje, take your seat. Whatever it is. Order. Honorable members, the results of the division is as follows. Electronic voting votes. Ayes 75, noes 13, abstentions nil. Manual. Ayes 21, noes 5 plus the Honorable Kajwang 6, abstentions 1. The total number of votes cast, ayes 96, noes 19, so the ayes have it. And you may now open the door And the upshot of that is that you will be obligated to sit and transact your businesses until you finish what is on the order paper. Next order. Not anymore. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of the report on statutory instruments, exemption from expiry, regulation 2022.
Chairman, Committee on Delegated Legislation. Honorable Wandai, there's nothing out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is not. We are on order number 9. Since there is no debate
Thank you,
yet,
Mr. Speaker.
you move your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the statutory instruments exemption from expiry regulation 2022 laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 21, subsection 2 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, approves the statutory instruments exemption from expiry regulation 2022, published as legal notice number 214 of 2022. Mr. Speaker, these are regulations that were made prior to 2013, and the Statutory Instruments Act provides that all regulations that were made either on or before the 23rd of January 2013 shall automatically expire on the 23rd of January 2023. Mr. Speaker, there are many instruments, regulations that were made on or before that date, Mr. Speaker, that are due to expire on 23rd of January 2023. One among them, Mr. Speaker, are those listed in the committee paper that was already been circulated. And the Gazette notice has already been published, Mr. Speaker, extending those regulations as required by Section 21, subsection 2 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013. Among those regulations, Mr. Speaker, that are being extended, and members need to listen. It is affecting them. I don't know why members are talking. You will apply for mortgage and you will not get it if you don't approve these regulations. Mr. Speaker, the regulations that are being extended are those with regard to parliamentary service constituency offices regulations 2005. This will affect them, Mr. Speaker. If they don't extend them, they will not receive any money. Mr. Speaker, the other regulation that is due to be extended is Parliamentary Services Center for CPST regulations. The Public Finance Parliamentary Mortgage Staff Scheme Fund that are also due to expire. The Public Finance Management Parliamentary Car Loan Staff Scheme regulations that were made in 2013. Parliamentary Services Offices of Members of Parliament regulations that were made in 2013. Mr. Speaker, the offshoot of this one here, if we don't extend these regulations, those members of Parliament that are occupying offices outside the Parliament precincts, they will be thrown out. So that's why I'm telling them to listen very carefully, including the Honorable Wandai, who is my good friend. I can see he's listening very keenly now. Mr. Speaker, the other one is the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Mortgage for members. Mr. Speaker, if we don't extend them, members cannot apply for mortgage and they cannot be given. Mr. Speaker, the other one is the Public Finance Management car loan for members also. That requires to be extended. So with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, they are fairly straightforward. This is just regulations that have been published to extend those regulations for a period of 1 year so that they can bring them before the committee for consideration between now and 23rd January 2023. Mr. Speaker, I would like to request the Honorable Komingoi to second.
The member for? Yes, member for Boretti. What? There's nothing out of order. Can you second? Give him the mic. Give him the nearest mic. Give him the next. There is one on your right.
Mr. Speaker, noting that this is only the exemption from expiry, I second this motion so that the the regulations may be still in operation pending their submission to the Committee on Delegated Regulation. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the statutory instruments exemption from expiry regulations 2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provision of Section 21(2) of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, approves the statutory instruments exemption from expiry regulations 2022, published as legal notice number 214 of 2022. Is that the mood of the House? Yes, yes. Yes. I will now put the question. Order. Order, Honorable. I will now put the question that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of statutory instruments exemption from expiry regulations 2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022. Order, honorable members. And pursuant to the provisions of 21(2) of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, approves the statutory instruments exemption from expiry regulations 2022, published as legal notice number 214 of 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of the report on statutory instruments, exemption from expiry, regulation 2022.
Minority Leader, what is itching you?
Mr. Speaker, I am not being...
Order, honorable members. Order, yeah. Honorable Kajwang, you are a senior lawyer and a senior member of this House. Order, Honorable Kajwang. Order, Honorable Kajwang. Order. Order Wandai, sit down. Honorable Kajwang, if you are inviting an expulsion, I will not give it to you. I will not give it to you. Honorable Wandai.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this chance. And I want to be very, very brief. And following the vote you have taken under standing order, under order number 8, and the intolerance we are seeing creeping into this House, Mr. Speaker, I want it to go on record that as the minority side, we are not willing to be a party to a process which aims at legitimizing illegalities, illegitimacies, that this House cannot, under our watch, be turned into a kangaroo institution. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, you cannot preside over a House like this, Mr. Speaker, with all tremendous respect. And therefore, I want to give you a chance to proceed with...
Order. Order. Order, Honorable Wandai. Honorable Wandai. Order. Honorable Wandai, you are definitely prosecuting a matter that is not before the House. We have voted, and once you vote on a matter, it is spent. You cannot, under the guise of a standing order, launch a vicious and unjustified assault on the House, to which you are a member and a leader. I urge you to exercise restraint. I urge you to be a good parliamentarian, and whenever you want to say something, I'll give you an opportunity. But to launch That kind of ferocious assault on the House is totally out of order, and I want to urge you members that whatever internal turmoil we may have, let's constrain it to ourselves and not bring it to the floor. Next order. No further points of order. You're out of order. Order. The next order has been called. Order number 10.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Speaker, I wish to move the following motion: that the House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the statutory instruments exemption from expiry Regulation 2022 laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 21, subsection 2 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013.
Order, Honorable Jebkonga. Honorable Junet, what is it that is out of order? And I hope it's a legitimate point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we should not be bullied here. Some of the people who want to bully me have found me here. Mr. Speaker, having said that,
nobody will bully you. What is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, what is the out of order is that, Mr. Speaker, look at that, Mr. Speaker. Is this the kind of house you want to operate in? Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Junet will be heard.
Yes,
what is out of order, Honorable Junet?
Mr. Speaker, I want to seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Even though we have voted on the matter, as you said, which is very correct, but Mr. Speaker, we shall be allowed to ventilate as a debating chamber whatever we want to say, Mr. Speaker. We feel gagged, we feel intimidated, and we feel molested, Mr. Speaker, dear. For that reason, can we go?
Order, Honorable Junet. Order, honorable members. Honorable Junet, again, you are totally out of order. The motion that was moved by the Honorable Jebkonga was very simple. Statutory instruments are expiring. You should extend them so that they can go to the committee and be validated. As simple as that. Your leader stands up and calls this house a kangaroo court. Nothing completely unrelated to the motion that was before the House. Can you call that being denied a right to be heard? No, you can't. Rules of relevance will apply on anything and everything that comes before this House. Go on, Jebkonga.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence.
Jebkonga, carry on.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, can you listen first? Mr. Speaker.
Nothing is out of order, honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, can I? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, that this honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the statutory instruments exemption from expiry Regulation 2022 laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 21, subsection 2 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, as read together with the provisions of Laws Act Cap 1, approves the statutory instruments exemption from expiry number 2, Regulation 2022, published as legal notice number 218 of 2022. Mr. Speaker, this relates to statutory instruments that concerns the executive. Mr. Speaker, with your very kind indulgence, since I was interrupted here, while I was moving a motion, Mr. Speaker, would I be in order to request you, Mr. Speaker, to rule members out of order? Standing order number 83, and we were all given standing orders, Mr. Speaker. We were inducted. It reads as follows: any member may raise a point of order at any time during the speech of another member, stating that the member rises on a point of order and that member shall be required to indicate the state of...
I already ruled them out of order.
Mr. Speaker.
If you have called your seconder.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that this notice affects about 1,764 regulations that have been made pursuant to 400 statutes that were passed by this House, Mr. Speaker. So we are just regularizing this, just like we did the ones for Parliament for a period of 1 year. And I would like to request the Honorable Mwirigi to second.
Honorable Mwirigi. Give the honorable member the mic, clerk. Honorable Mwirigi,
it is okay.
Give the honorable a working mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You switched him over again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to second. Thank you.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the statutory instruments exemption from expired regulations 2022 laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022. Order, Honorable Ngeno. And pursuant to the provisions of Section 21(2) of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, as read together with the revision of Laws Act Cap 1, approves the statutory instruments exemption from expiry number 2 regulations 2022, published as legal notice number 218 of 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, consideration of the report on adjustment of rates of excise duty for inflation regulations 2022.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to move the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the adjustment of rates of excise duty for inflation regulations 2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 10, subsection 3 of the Excise Act of 2015, approves the adjustment of rates of excise duty for inflation regulations 2022, published as legal notice number 176 of 2022.
Honorable member, what is out of order? Can you give him the mic? Does the honorable member for?
Yeah, Kajiado North.
Kajiado North,
yeah.
yes.
Mr. Speaker, there is a problem that I seek your indulgence. The ACs here are making this place very uncomfortable.
The?
ACs. We have the air conditioning. We have raised it to yes?
Too
Very
warm
cold.
or too cold?
Very cold.
That's the work of the clerk and the sergeant. They'll do that. Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I therefore move the motion, Mr. Speaker, just to mention that there is no one who has any power to make any regulations that are as a force of law. And so, Mr. Speaker, these are regulations that are being made for purposes of levying tax, Mr. Speaker. It's purely procedural, and I therefore move, and I would like to request the Honorable Komingoi to second.
Honorable member to second. Give the honorable member the mic. You have the mic.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the adjustment of rates and excise duty for inflation regulations 2022 laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provision of Section 10(3) of the Excise Duty Act 2015, approves the adjustment of rates of excise duty for inflation regulations 2022, published as legal notice number 176 of 2022. I'll now put the question, there being no interest in debating the matter. that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the adjustment of rates of excise duty for inflation regulations 2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 10(3) of the Excise Duty Act 2015, approves the adjustment of rates of excise duty for inflation regulations 2022, published as legal notice number 176 of 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of the report on adjustment of rates of excise duty for inflation regulations 2022.
Chair, delegated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the adjustment of rates of export levy for inflation regulations 2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 15, subsection 4 of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, approves the adjustment of rates of export levy for inflation regulations, published as legal notice number 177 of 2022. Mr. Speaker, this regulation was considered by the committee. The KRA appeared, members of the Commission of KRA appeared before us, and we recommend that this House approves, because it's a requirement of the law that this must be approved once the Minister has made the regulation in consultation with KRA. I'd like to request the Honorable Mwirigi to second.
Honorable Mwirigi. Give the Honorable Mwirigi the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the adjustment of rates of export levy for inflation regulations 2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provision of Section 15(4) of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, approves the adjustment of rates of export levy for inflation regulations, published as legal notice number 177 of 2022. Honourable members, there being no interest in debate, I put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the adjustment of rates of export levy for inflation regulations 2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provision of Section 15(4) of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, approves the adjustment of rates of the export levy for inflation regulations, published as legal notice number 177 of 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 13, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries.
Chair, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs. Tongoyo.
Mike, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provision of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, I beg to move that this House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs on the approval hearings of nominees for appointment to the position of principal secretaries under Article 155(b)(3)(b) of the Constitution, laid on the table of the House on Thursday 1st, So I ask this House to approve the appointment of the following persons as the principal secretaries, Mr. Speaker. 1, Mr. Julius Korir, for State Department for Cabinet Affairs. 2, Dr. Raymond Omolo, State Department for Interior and National Administration. 3, Ambassador Professor Julius Bitok, State Department for Citizen Services. 4, Ms. Aurelia Rono, State Department for Parliamentary Affairs. And 5, Ms. Esther Ngero, State Department for Performance and Delivery Management. Mr. Speaker, we had the opportunity as a committee to look into the suitability of the said 5 nominees for these said positions. And we look into the academic qualifications, the regards to Chapter 6 on the issue of integrity. And I want to confirm to this House that all the 5 nominees are best suited for the said positions. They are ladies, men and ladies who are up to the task and ready to serve this country. Majority of them have worked in government departments and state cooperation with a vast knowledge and experience of service. And I've got no doubt that the said officers will give this country the service that dearly needed. Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon this House to raise to the occasion and approve the said nominees, as we all know that the services are eagerly needed to have the government moving. So I want to move, and I second my Vice Chair, Honorable Raso, to second me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Tongoyo, when you finish moving, you say, I beg to move. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I seek to move, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, considering the committee was meant to look at suitability and competence, I think as a committee we were satisfied and we beg the House to approve. I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs in its order, honorable members, order, in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Julius Korir, State Department for Cabinet Affairs. 2, Ms. Aurelia Rono, State Department for Parliamentary Affairs. 3, Mr. Raymond Omolo, State Department for Interior and National Administration. 4, Ambassador Professor Julius Bitok, State Department for Citizen Services. And 5, Ms. Esther Ngero, State Department for Performance and Delivery Management. As members of that opinion, sorry. I now put the question, there being no interest in debating the matter, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Julius Korir, State Department for Cabinet Affairs. 2, Ms. Aurelia Rono, State Department for Parliamentary Affairs. 3, Mr. Raymond Omolo, State Department for Interior and National Administration. 4, Ambassador Professor Julius Bitok, State Department for Citizen Services. And 5, Ms. Esther Ngero, State Department for Performance and Delivery Management. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 14, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries with respect to those referred to Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock.
Chair, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion that seeks to approve Mr. Philip Kelo Harsama and Mr. Hari Kimtai Kachwai, CBS, for appointment.
You say, I beg to move the following motion. Then read the motion as drafted.
I'm advised, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion of the consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, that taking into consideration the finding of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment of principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provision of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Philip Kelo Harsama, State Department for Crop Development, and Mr. Hari Kimtai Kachwai, CBS, State Department for Livestock Development. Mr. Speaker, these people appeared before the committee and they demonstrated knowledge in their respective state departments. I therefore beg to move the motion and ask Honorable Justice Kemei to second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kemei, give the Honorable Kemei microphone. Justice Kemei.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the committee, the nominees did present themselves before us and proved their suitability. I, therefore, Mr. Speaker, rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant the provisions of Article 153, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Philip Kelo Harsama, State Department for Crop Development, and 2, Mr. Hari Kimtai Kachwai, CBS, State Department for Livestock Development. There being no interest in debating the matter, honorable members, I now put the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 153, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Philip Kelo Harsama, State Department for Crop Development. 2, Mr. Hari Kimtai Kachwai, CBS, State Department for Livestock Development. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 15, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries with respect to those referred to Departmental Committee on Blue Economy and Irrigation.
Chairman, Departmental Committee on Blue Economy and Irrigation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee of Blue Economy Irrigation and its report on vetting of nominees for the appointment of principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday 1st, December 2022, and pursuant to the provision of Article 155(3), Sub-Article B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Ms. Betsy Muthoni Njaki for State Department of Blue Economy and Fisheries. Mr. Kitonga Mugambi for State Department of Irrigation, and Mr. Paul Rono for State Department of Water and Sanitation. Mr. Speaker, the three nominees appeared before the Committee of Blue Economy and Irrigation. They demonstrated their skills. These are officers, Honorable Speaker, who have worked in various sectors in government before. Madam Betsy is currently the Chief Officer, Mr. Speaker, in the County of Tharaka Nithi. And she's been there for a while, and she has transformed her department. Mr. Kitonga, who is currently the Chief Officer, the CEO of National Irrigation, is a long service officer in the department. And given that he's been placed in the State Department of Irrigation, Mr. Speaker, the committee found him to have a lot of experience in the sectors of irrigation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Paul Rono is currently the acting CEO of ICT Authority. Mr. Speaker, the three officers appeared before us, and there was no memoranda against them. We had a look of their documents, EACC, and the compliances from KRA, and all they were in order. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I want to move and I beg to move and ask the Honorable Mudama to second.
Honorable Mudama, give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the nominees appeared before us, and as the committee members, we checked each and every requirement, and we also checked their vast experience, which they indeed have. Mr. Speaker, when we checked whether they are able and capable to undertake the expected responsibility, we discovered they are very okay. So I stand to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I now propose the question, which is taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on the Blue Economy and Irrigation in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 153, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Ms. Betsy Muthoni Njaki, State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries. 2, Mr. Kitonga Mugambi, State Department for Irrigation. 3, Dr. Paul Rono, State Department for Water and Sanitation. There being no interest in debating the motion, I now put the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy and Irrigation in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Ms. Betsy Muthoni Njaki, State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries. 2, Mr. Kitonga Mugambi, State Department for Irrigation. 3, Dr. Paul Rono, State Department for Water and Sanitation. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 16, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries with respect to those referred to Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation.
Chair, give the Honorable Kiari the mic. Is on your left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to move the motion that seeks to approve Professor Edward Waswa Kisiangani for appointment as Principal Secretary.
Honorable Member.
Yes.
You move the motion. You as printed on the order paper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Start by saying I beg to move the following motion that taking
Yes.
into account into consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to move this motion, the consideration of nominees for appointment as principal of secretaries, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Professor Edward Kisiangani to the State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications. 2, Engineer John Kipchumba Tanui to the State Department for Information, Communication, Technology, and Digital Economy. Mr. Speaker, having gone through the prerequisite steps that are required, we finally had the two nominees appearing before the committee yesterday. And during the vetting process, we were able to certify ourselves as the committee that 1, all preliminary procedures were followed, and 2, that these two satisfied the committee that they are fit to hold office as principal secretaries on the basis of their qualifications, on the basis of their background, on the basis of their training, on the basis of their education, and also on the basis of their understanding in the sector-specific areas on the mandates that they shall be undertaking. So, Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I wish to move. I beg to move. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I request the Honorable Vice Chair of the committee, Honorable Alpha Miruka, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As the Chair stated clearly, we keenly looked on the documents, every aspect of the two nominees, and I stand to second without an objection. Thank you.
I propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Professor Edward Kisiangani, State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications, and 2, Engineer John Kipchumba Tanui, State Department for ICT and Digital Economy. There being no interest in debating the motion, I now put the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Professor Edward Kisiangani, State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications, and 2, Engineer John Kipchumba Tanui, the State Department for ICT and Digital Economy. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 17, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretary with reference to those referred to Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations.
Mr. Speaker, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 153, Subarticle 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. Number 1, Patrick Mariru, State Department of Defense. Number 2, Dr. Korir Arap Singoe, State Department of Foreign Affairs. Number 3, Ms. Roslyn Jogu, State Department of Diaspora. And number 4, Abdi Debat, State Department for East African Community Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I therefore rise to move the motion to seek that the House approves the appointment of the 4. Most of, actually all of them demonstrated the knowledge. They ticked all the boxes. Honorable Patrick Maruri, the nominee, for instance, of State Department of Defense, was in the Speaker's panel in last Parliament, an extremely qualified lawyer, demonstrated so much eager and zeal to serve in this defense department. He ticked all the boxes, and in the collective wisdom of the House, we thought and we think he is suitable to serve in that position. Abraham Singohe, even before being picked as principal secretary in the State Department of Foreign Affairs, was already demonstrated that he had worked, even without an appointment before, with the former deputy president, in almost the same position, if there was no office of that kind. And the committee also considered that he was suitable. He ticked all the boxes. Same thing to Madam Roslyn Kathure Njogu, very accomplished scholar, still doing a PhD. And in short, I can say, Mr. Speaker, that all the nominees demonstrated their abilities, their education, and their suitability, and the committee, in its wisdom, then considered, and we request that this House considers that report and approves all the nominees. I beg to move, and I request Honorable Lawyer to second.
Give the Honorable Lawyer a mic. Give him the mic. You put them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Considering the importance of the 4 departments, that is the Defense, Foreign Affairs, Diaspora, and East African Community Affairs, and considering that we took all these 4 nominees through the procedures that are required for them to be approved by this House, I hereby second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Patrick Mariru, State Department of Defense. 2, Dr. Korir Singoe, State Department for Foreign Affairs. 3, Ms. Roslyn Jogu, State Department for Diaspora. And 4, Mr. Abdi Dubat, State Department for East African Community Affairs. There being no interest in debating the motion, I now put the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Affairs on its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Patrick Mariru, State Department of Defense. 2, Dr. Korir Singoe, State Department for Foreign Affairs. 3, Ms. Roslyn Jogu, State Department for Diaspora. And 4, Mr. Abdi Dubat, State Department for the East African Community Affairs. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 18, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries with respect to those referred to Departmental Committee on Education.
Yes, Honorable Meli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the report of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research in its report on the vetting of nominees for the appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment. I beg that this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Dr. Belio Kipsang, State Department for Basic Education. 2, Ms. Esther Dhara Moria, State Department for TVET. And 3, Ms. Beatrice Inyangala, the State Department for Higher Education and Research. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Education sat and had several meetings and found that the 3 officers who have held senior positions in government and the private sector actually were qualified in terms of knowledge, understanding, and even the way they presented themselves. The committee looked into the 3 officers, especially Dr. Belio Kipsang, having served as a principal secretary in the sector, having also worked as a principal secretary in the Northern Corridor and Asal areas, demonstrated a lot of knowledge, especially on issues of basic education and general education sector at large. Dr. Esther Dhara Moria, Honorable Speaker, is a seasoned professional, having worked at the university at a senior position as a researcher. He has also worked as an academic registrar at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. She has worked in various sectors of government and demonstrated a lot of knowledge on technical education and training, and therefore, she actually qualifies to be in that position. Dr. Beatrice Inyangala, Honorable Speaker, is a seasoned university don. He's a lecturer of great repute. She has actually written a lot of books on university pedagogy and teaching, and the members interviewed or looked at the papers of the 3 nominees, looked at their constitutional qualification, and even went on to look at their papers, especially on matters education, and found that the 3 officers were very qualified and suitable to serve as principal secretaries in the various sectors. Honorable Speaker, all of them demonstrated knowledge and understanding of the sectors they are going to have a mandate on. I therefore ask that Honorable Malulu Njeni, the Vice Chair of the committee, I beg to move and ask Honorable Malulu Njeni to second. Thank you.
Honorable Njendi. Give the Honorable Malulu Njendi the mic.
Mr. Speaker, The 3 nominees appeared before the Education Committee yesterday, and all the 12 members who are present of the Education Committee found them suitable to serve in the Ministry of Education in their respective departments, and therefore, as Vice Chair, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that taking into consideration of the Departmental Committee on Education in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Dr. Belio Kipsang, State Department for Basic Education. 2, Ms. Esther Thara Moria, State Department for TVET. And 3, Ms. Beatrice Inyangala, State Department for Higher Education and Research. As members of that opinion, I now put the question, there being no interest in debating the motion, which is that taking into consideration of the Departmental Committee on Education in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Dr. Belio Kipsang, State Department for Basic Education. Ms. Esther Thara Moria, State Department for TVET. And Ms. Beatrice Inyangala, State Department for Higher Education and Research. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 19, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries with respect to those referred to Departmental Committee on Energy.
Chair, Energy. Give the member the mic. Give the honorable member the mic.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Energy in its report on the vetting of nominees for the appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Alex Washira for the State Department of Energy, and 2, Mr. Mohamed Liban for the State Department for Petroleum. Mr. Speaker, we spent time with the 2 nominees, and the Committee for Energy was unanimous in our decision that the duo did not only meet the academic credentials, also professional experience and integrity, but also demonstrated that they have the ability and the commitment to drive Kenya towards affordable and available energy. Mr. Speaker, the 2 also demonstrated the ability to learn very fast. We took them through sector-specific questions, and they demonstrated a lot of competence. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and I request one of my members, Honorable Mafrika, to second.
Give the honorable member the mic.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of Energy Committee, I wish to confirm that the committee
switch on the mic.
Mr. Speaker, the committee sat and found the two nominees to be suitable to their respective positions which they have been nominated to undertake. I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Energy in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Alex Wachira, State Department of Energy, and 2, Mr. Mohammed Liban, State Department for Petroleum. There being no interest in debating the motion, I put the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Energy in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Alex Wachira, State Department for Energy. 2, Mr. Mohammed Liban, State Department for Petroleum. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 20, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointments as principal secretaries with respect to those referred to Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining.
Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining in its report on the vetting of the nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House this Thursday today, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, I beg that this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. Mr. Festus Ngeno, State Department for Environment. Mr. Ephantus Kimodo, State Department for Forestry. And Mr. Elijah Mwangi, State Department for Mining. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for having sat in so many hours deliberating on the requirements as stipulated in the Constitution and the relevant acts. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Ngeno did promise that the matter of environment is a great concern for this republic, of course with the climate change, and he has promised that he is going to take action, that we may be able to see that environment, and particularly NEMA, which has always been blamed for not working, that it is functional, so that the environmental issues can be able to be handled. Secondly, Ephantus Kimodo. He not only promised to increase the forest cover, but he also promised that much as we are planting trees, we also need to take care of those trees during the young age of those trees when planting, and more so to take care of the fires that destroys most of the forest, especially during the dry seasons. And lastly, Honorable Chair, is that Mr. Elijah Mwangi, State Department of Mining, as a PS. Honorable Speaker, the young nominee seems to know all the three nominees are young, and he told us that this country is rich in minerals, and he promised that in the next 3 or 4 years, that this country and the mining department will be it will increase a lot of exchequer to this government. But most importantly, Honorable Speaker, is that we also told these nominees that they need to respect the members of parliament. You know, sometimes we approve them here on the floor of the House, but after that, they never see an eye, or even when members of parliament go to their offices for purposes of the people that they represent, these PSAs have no time for the members of parliament. So, and they promise that every member will have a problem, like the question that was brought here early this week, will be handled in their they are not talking about 100 days, they are talking about the first 10 days, almost all of them. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and call upon Honorable, another very young Kenyan, a young member of parliament, Honorable Onesmus, member of parliament of Kajiado North, to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion as moved by the Chair, the Honorable Gikaria. As the Chair has mentioned, we vetted the individuals, and Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, Madam Speaker, that in vetting, we check on suitability. There are 3 individuals: Festus Ngeno, an environmental scientist by profession, having served in the county government of Nakuru; Ephantus Kemotho, an experienced gentleman and having worked in the private sector, and Elijah Mwangi the same. We saw suitability in them, and we decided as a committee to give them a chance to serve this country. We saw a lot of capacity, tenacity, and we saw in them ability for them to face the challenges ahead in environment in this global world where environment is a concern. With those few remarks, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining in its report on the vetting of the nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of this House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Articles 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Festus Ngeno, State Department for Environment. 2, Mr. Elephantus Kemotho, State Department for Forestry. And 3, Mr. Elijah Mwangi, State Department for Mining. In as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of that opinion say nay. Contrary opinion? Thank you. The ayes have it. I proposed, okay. I now put the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment of principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of the Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Festus Ngeno, State Department for Environment. 2, Mr. Elephantus Kemotho, State Department for Forestry. And 3, Mr. Elijah Mwangi, State Department for Mining. As of many of that opinion say aye. And as many as of those who have the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Order number 21, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries with respect to those referred to Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries. Honorable Speaker, that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House today, Thursday, the 1st of December 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, that this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Dr. Chris Kiptor for the State Department for National Planning, and 2, Mr. James Muhati for the State Department for Economic Planning. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Chris Kiptor demonstrated
to be a great economist, having risen from the role of an economist at the National Cereals and Produce Board, an accomplished scholar with a PhD in finance, in international macroeconomic finance, a career civil servant who has dedicated all his life on matters of this country, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Mr. James Mohati is the current CEO of Huduma Center. Again, a demonstrated, accomplished, educated gentleman who really demonstrated an understanding of the role. And throughout his career, he has demonstrated virtues of hard work and dedication to his service. And so for this consideration that after long hours of sitting and vetting, the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning highly recommend these two gentlemen for appointment as principal secretaries in the two departments of National Treasury and the State Department of Economic Planning. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move and I ask my Vice Chairperson, Ambassador Benjamin Langat, to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Assist him with the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this motion, and I want to just make one statement about this process. Madam Speaker, in vetting these nominees, we were guided by the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act number 3 of 2011. That act, Madam Speaker, requires we do 4 tests on the nominees. 1, procedural test. Both the nominees, Madam Speaker, they passed that test. 2, compliance test. Both nominees, Madam Speaker, they passed the test. Number 3, integrity test. Madam Speaker, we didn't receive any negative memoranda against any of them, and so they both passed the test. Finally, suitability test. They presented themselves before us, and the committee was unanimous on their suitability. And Madam Speaker, I therefore second the motion and ask the House to approve the 2 nominees so that they go and deal with the economy. I second.
I now propose a question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on the vetting of the nominees for their appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of this House Thursday, 1st December 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Dr. Chris Kiptor, State Department for National Treasury, and 2, Mr. James Muhati, State Department for Economic Planning. I now will put the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on the vetting of nominees for the appointment of principal secretaries, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Dr. Chris Kiptor, State Department for National Treasury, and 2, Mr. James Muhati, State Department for Economic Planning. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 22, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries with respect to those referred to Departmental Committee on Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the motion that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Health in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Engineer Peter Toom, State Department for Medical Services, and 2, Dr. Josephine Buru, State Department for Health Standards and Professional Management. Madam Speaker, the nominee engineer Peter Toom, who is a biomedical engineer, has worked in the public service since 1990 to date, as he now serves as the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Labor. He served in various capacities as a Director KMTC, as a Principal Secretary for 1 year in the Ministry of Health, and now in the Ministry of Labor. This long feat in the public service has given him vast knowledge and understanding of the public sector, and he demonstrated that he understands what the job requires. Madam Speaker, the nominee, Dr. Josephine Buru, for the State Department for Health Standards and Professional Management, has worked in the Ministry of Health for the last 34 years, 1988 to date, rising through the rank, having started as a lab technician, to her current position as a lecturer at the Kenya Medical Training College. Her vast knowledge and experience in the operations and management of the affairs of the Ministry of Health were acquired during her long service in the ministry, and she demonstrated the capacity. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members of the Committee on Health for the long hours they spent in approval hearings of these 2 nominees. And Madam Speaker, I call on the House to approve these nominations. And I asked my member, Honorable Kipngok Ruben Kiborek, the member for Mogotio, to second.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion put by my chair, Honorable Pukose. The 2 members came before our committee, and we saw fit, and they deserve the position because they are 2 experienced people, fellow Kenyans, who have rose up the ladder in the ministry, and we can name them as bottom up from KMTC level back to doctorate. They are doctors, experienced, qualified, and very deep on matters health. I rise to second the motion, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I now propose the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Health in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as Principal Secretaries. 1, Engineer Peter Toom, State Department for Medical Services, and 2, Dr. Josephine Buru, State Department for Health Standards and Professional Management. I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Health in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment of Principal Secretaries laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 1st December 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as Principal Secretaries. 1, Engineer Peter Toom, State Department for Medical Services, and 2, Dr. Josephine Buru, State Department for Health Standards and Professional Management. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 23, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretaries with respect to those referred to Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning, and Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move the following motion that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning, and Public Works in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 01, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Charles Hinga, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, and Mr. Joel Arumonyang, State Department for Public Works. Yes, State Department for Public Works. Madam Speaker, these two gentlemen came before the House, the committee, and we vetted them for suitability and also the capacity and capability of serving these two particular positions. Madam Speaker, remember, Mr. Hinga has served before as PS, especially for housing, and he came in with a lot of experience and matters that concerns housing and also transport, especially on matters concerning the matter which is introduced to that particular department. Madam Speaker, we looked at the issues of EACC, we looked at DCI reports and all those other matters which were necessary, and we found that this gentleman passed that examination. Madam Speaker, Arumonyang is a young man. He's been serving also as a CS County Secretary of West Pokot. He also served at some point as a CEC, and he has also been a lecturer. And his capacity also to work in that particular office, Madam Speaker, was good. Madam Speaker, I therefore wish to request this House to pass the two gentlemen, and I beg to move and call upon my deputy, Mr. Honorable Rindikiri, to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kindly give him the mic, the honorable member the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like to second the report, pleading with the members to pass our nominee, Mr. Inga and Mr. Almonyong. Madam Speaker, this is a key department in the Ministry of Lands, Housing, Urban Planning, and Public Works. It is one of the key pillars of the Asra Nation government, and we find that they have the capacity and the ability to manage the affairs of the two departments. I therefore second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works in its report on the vetting of the nominees for the appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Charles Hinga, State Department for Housing and Urban Development. 2, Mr. Joel Arumonyang, State Department for Public Works. I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works in its report on the vetting of the nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Charles Hinga, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, and 2, Mr. Joel Arumanyong Nyang, State Department for Public Works. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 24, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as a principal secretary with respect to the one referred to Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 55(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Ms. Mary Muthoni Muriuki as Principal Secretary, State Department of Correctional Services. Madam Speaker, the committee retreated yesterday and exhaustively did the vetting. We have produced our report, which is available to all members who wish to see the nature and character of the person in the name of Mary Muthoni Muriuki, whom we vetted. We were satisfied in all aspects that Ms. Muriuki does actually suit to be the Principal Secretary for Correctional Services. Our knowledge in the matters in issue was extensive. Our answers to questions when we sought clarifications was excellent, as a result of which we were to ask her one final thing, what our vision was for the Correctional Services Department. And she told us that while this department requires reforming, she is set out to transform it for the betterment of the department. Eventually, we were also able to observe the motherly love she has for persons who are in correctional services, and this adheres itself to the committee. With those remarks, I urge the House to approve. And I now beg to move and request a member of the committee, the Honorable Jane Emaina of Kirinyaga, to second.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion approving Ms. Mary Muthoni as a PS Correctional Services. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kirinyaga, I'd like to thank the President for this well-deserved appointment. Ms. Muthoni is an exceptional lady with a heart to serve. We look forward to her service and we look forward to transformative leadership. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I now propose the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of the nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Ms. Mary Muthoni Muriuki as Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services. I now and Legal Affairs and its report on the vetting of the nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 1st December 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Ms. Mary Muthoni Muriuki as Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 25, special motion, consideration of nominee for appointment as a Principal Secretary referred to the Departmental Committee on Labor.
Kindly assist the honorable member with the mic. You can move to the one on your far left, right, on your right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move the special motion, consideration of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155 3B of the Constitution, that this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Geoffrey Kaituku, State Department for Labor and Skills Development, and 2, Mr. Amos Kadesha, State Department for Public Service. Madam Speaker, the committee met, and I wish to confirm to the House that one, Mr. Geoffrey Kaituko is a man who is well educated, who has served the county government of Turkana as the Speaker, and who has worked in the office of the then Deputy President, William Samoei Ruto. And he has a lot of experience, and we believe that this is the man who will get things done at the State Department of Labor and Skills Development. Madam Speaker, the same person, Mr. Geoffrey, has done a book on getting things done. And I believe this is the person who will get things done. You realize that we have many issues to do with migrant workers in Saudi Arabia and other places, and we believe that you will get it done. Madam Speaker, we also sat and listened to one, Mr. Amos Kadesha, who has a lot of experience in public service, amounting to 32 years. He has been able to rise from the position of DC to becoming the Principal Assistant Secretary, and he is also well educated, conversant with the issues in government, and we believe that this is the right man for the job. So, Madam Speaker, I ask the House to approve these names, and I move and ask the Honorable Dika to second.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise to second the approval of Mr. Geoffrey Kaituko and Mr. Amos Gatheka. Both nominees were very experienced and knowledgeable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I second. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now wish to propose the question that is taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155 3B of the Constitution. This House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Geoffrey Kaituku, State Department for Labor and Skills Development, and 2, Mr. Amos Githecha, State Department for Public Service. I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the vetting of the nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Geoffrey Kaituku, the State Department for Labor and Skills Development, and 2, Mr. Amos Gathecha, State Department for Public Service. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 26, special motion, consideration of nominee for appointment as principal secretary, referred to the Departmental Committee on Lands.
Does he have the mic? I think you have to move a little ahead of you. Oh, there you go. On your left.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Lands in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as principal secretary, laid on the table of the House today, Thursday, December 01, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Honorable Nixon Correll as Principal Secretary, State Department of Lands and Fiscal Planning. Madam Speaker, the nominee appeared before the committee on Wednesday, 30th November 2022 for vetting. The committee examined his suitability based on the criteria set out in Section 2 of the Public Appointments Act. In addition, the committee examined his academic credentials, professional training, relevant experience, and knowledge of the sector issues on leadership and personal integrity. Madam Speaker, Nixon Correll is a Kenyan citizen and does not hold a dual citizenship. He holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi. And during the approval hearings, Honorable Nixon Correll demonstrated a good understanding of the plans and the policies of the State Department of Lands and Fiscal Planning. And the committee therefore recommends that the National Assembly approves the nomination of the Honorable Nixon Correll for appointment as a Principal Secretary, State Department of Lands and Fiscal Planning. Madam Speaker, I beg to move and request the Vice Chair, Honorable Jane Kiara, to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Honorable Correll joined the committee. First and foremost, we didn't have any memorandum, negative or positive, about him. You know, he is our colleague. He's an immediate former MP for Langata. He seemed to have done a lot of research in land matters by the way he answered his questions. He also has wealth of exposure in leadership, much as he is young and willing to learn more. So the committee was convinced that he is equal to the task. And in view of the above, I wish to second that General Nixon Correll is appointed as Principal Secretary, Ministry of Lands and Planning. And I wish to move, to second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Lands in its report of the vetting of the nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of Honorable Nixon Correll as Principal Secretary, State Department for Lands and Physical Planning. Thank you, members. I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Lands in its report on the vetting of the nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the Honorable Nixon Correll as Principal Secretary, State Department for Lands and Physical Planning. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 27, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretaries referred to the Departmental Committee on Regional Development.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion. That taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development in its report on the approval hearings of nominees for appointments as Principal Secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 1st December 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, the House approves the appointment of Mr. Idris Salim Dokota for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Asals and Regional Development, and Mrs. Teresia Mbaika Malokwe for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Devolution. Honorable Speaker, the nominees appeared before the committee on Wednesday, 30th November 2022, and the committee examined their suitability based on the criteria set out in Section 7 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, number 33 of 2011. In addition, the committee examined their academic credentials, relevant experience, knowledge of sector issues, and on leadership and integrity. The committee paid due regard to the procedure used to arrive at the nominee. Any constitutional or statutory requirements relating to the office in question and suitability of the nominee for the appointment proposed, having regard to whether the nominee's abilities, experience, and qualities met the needs of the State Department. Honorable Speaker, the committee, having held approval hearings of the nominees regarding their suitability, observed that due process was followed on the recruitment process as provided for under Article 155, 3B of the Constitution and the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act number 33 of 2011. The nominees had the required academic credentials, the relevant experience, knowledge of sector issues, and on leadership and integrity. The committee therefore recommends that the House approves the nomination of Mr. Idris Salim Dokota for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for ASALs and Regional Development. 2, the House approves the nomination of Mrs. Teresia Mbaika Malokwe for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Devolution. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and call upon the Honorable Cherorot Joseph Kimutai, member for Kipkelion East, to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support what the chairman has presented, that the two Idris Salim Dokota appeared in our committee on vetting, also the Resia Mbaika Malokwe, and what I will say is that the two actually are equal to the task, Madam Speaker, and therefore I support. I second.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I now propose the question that taking into consideration the findings of Departmental Committee on Regional Development in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, approves the appointment of the following persons as Principal Secretaries. Number 1, Ms. Teresia Mbaika Malokwe, State Department of Devolution. And 2, Mr. Idris Dokota, State Department for ASAL and Regional Development. Very well, honorable members, I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development in its consideration of the vetting of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, approves the appointment of the following persons as Principal Secretaries. 1, Ms. Teresia Mbaika Malokwe, State Department for Devolution, and 2, Ms. Idris Dokota, State Department for ASAL. Mr. I take that again, honorable members. 2, Mr. Idris Dokota, State Department of ASAL and Regional Development. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 28, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretaries referred to the Department Committee on Social Protection.
Ms. Mover.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to move this motion that, taking into consideration the finding of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretary, read in the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provision of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Ms. Veronica Mweni Nduva, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. 2, Mr. Joseph Magosi Motari, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizens Affairs. And 3, Mr. Ismail Mande, State Department for Youth Affairs. Madam Speaker, the committee sat down yesterday and we approved these 3 nominees. They are all qualified and capable and able to do their work. They are suitable, and we based our approval on their academic credentials, professional training. Also, we checked their experience and also integrity level, and they all qualified. Madam Speaker, Ms. Veronica hails from Ukambani, Machakos versus Makueni. She told us when she was a young girl, the grandfather told her when she grows up, that the then Nyiva Mwendwa was a member of parliament. And the grandfather encouraged her that if she worked very hard, one day, one time, she will ascend to higher levels. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you, seeing her passion and drive when she was talking to the committee, you could see the commitment. Also, Madam Speaker, during 2010, when we were campaigning for our constitution, Madam Veronica crisscrossed this country doing civic education for people to vote whatever side they deemed right, but she did the civic education. Mr. Joseph Mogosi Motari hails from Kuria, and he explained to us yesterday that given this position, that he's going to streamline for us the cash transfers. We know that we, as the members of the National Assembly, the cash transfers, there are a lot of problems. Most of the time, the beneficiaries are above 70 years of age, and we stay for many months before they receive their cash. And at that age, we know the money they receive is for medication. So if you delay their transfer, their money, it is not helping at all. So he promised us yesterday that given the position, he's going to streamline that position. Madam Speaker, Mr. Mandi Ismail hails from Mandela. He's a young gentleman and a hustler who proved to us that you can start from a very humble background and you make it in life. Mr. Mandi has a lot of experience in terms of the project he wants to do with the NYS. And as a house, we know that NYS is a state department that we all know the level of corruptions are very high. He promised us, given this opportunity, he's also going to streamline that department and make it a good department where youth will thrive and will be accommodated to be better citizen, will be equipped with skills. I'm moving, give me an opportunity, I finish. Will be equipped with skills, and they'll be able to develop this country of ours. Madam Speaker, I beg to move and request the House to adopt the report, and I also request my very able Vice Chair, MP for Grigoris West, to second, Kiparion West to second the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seconder?
Madam Speaker, I seek to second this motion, and as summarized by the chair, the 3 nominees came to the interviews prepared, and one would have been forgiven to think that they have been running their state departments for the last 5 years. So the committee unanimously felt that it was enough to give them an opportunity to serve Kenya. And Madam Speaker, without wasting much time, I beg to second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now propose the question. that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on its consideration of the vetting of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretary, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to provisions of Article 151(3)(b) of the Constitution. This House approves the appointment of the following persons as Principal Secretaries. 1, Ms. Veronica Mweni Nduva, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. 2, Mr. Joseph Mogosi Motari, State Department of Social Protection and Senior Citizens Affairs. 3, Mr. Ismail Madei, State Department for Youth Affairs. Honorable members, I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on its consideration of vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to provisions of Article 1553(b) of the Constitution. This House approves the appointment of the following persons as Principal Secretaries. 1, Ms. Veronica Mweni Nduva, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. 2, Mr. Joseph Mogosi Motari, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizens Affairs. And 3, Mr. Ismail Madei, State Department for Youth Affairs. Honorable members, will as many as of that opinion say aye? And will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 29, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretaries with respect to those referred to the Department Committee on Sports and Culture.
Mover. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, that taking into consideration the finding of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture of the National Assembly in its report on the vetting of the nominee for appointment on the position of Principal Secretary for State Department for Sports and Arts and State Departments for Culture and Heritage, laid on the table of the House today, Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions Article 155, Sub-Article 3B of the Constitution and Section 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. This House approves the appointment of Mr. Jonathan Mwangangi Mweke as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Sports and Arts, and Ms. Umi Mohammed Bashir as the Principal Secretary, State Department of Culture and Heritage. Madam Speaker, Mr. Jonathan Mwangangi Mweke was the first Deputy Governor of Nairobi County from 2013 to 2017. He worked in the private sector for most part of his career life. He is professionally affiliated with 5 professional bodies. Madam Speaker, the nominee also, while he was serving as the Deputy Governor, he served in different capacities, and during his tenure in Nairobi County, he was a sports ambassador of the Governor's Cup Football League, which aimed at promoting and hosting various sports games. He also helped in the enactment of various county laws, such as the one on the liquor licensing, and he played a very important role while he was the Deputy Governor. And as we interacted with him, Madam Speaker, we realized that he has a lot of passion for sports and a lot of good ideas that will transform that department. Madam Speaker, Ms. Umi Mohammed Bashir is the immediate former Vice Chairperson of National Election Board, a United Democratic Party Alliance, UDA, a position she held since January 2022 prior to her resignation in October 2022. She is a founder and partner of Umi Bashir and company advocate from 2019 to date. Madam Speaker, the nominee is pursuing PhD in International Relations and Foreign Policy from USIU. She holds a master's degree of arts in armed conflict and peace studies and a Bachelor of Law and Sharia. Madam Speaker, Umi Mohammed Bashir is a member of Law Society of Kenya and CEO of Women for Women Alliance, where she champions for women's rights. When we interacted with Umi, Madam Speaker, we realized that she has a lot of knowledge on culture, and she has a lot of good plans, good ideas on how we can cultivate that and keep our good heritage. Madam Speaker, the committee conducted approval hearings for the nominees on Wednesday, 30th November 2022. In conducting the vetting exercise, the committee was guided, among other documents, the Constitution, the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, and standing orders. And having considered the suitability, capacity, and integrity of the nominees, and pursuant to Section 8.2, the Public Appointments Act, the committee recommends that the National Assembly approves the appointment of Mr. Jonathan Mwangi Mweke to the position of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Sports and Arts, and Ms. Umi Mohammed Bashir to the position of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Culture and Heritage. Madam Speaker, I beg to move and request Honorable Faith, County MP Nyandarua, to second. Thank you.
Honorable Faith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second this motion. Mr. Jonathan Mweke and Ms. Umi Mohammed Bashir have what it takes to turn around the State Department on Sports and Culture, thus giving it a new face. I second. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Faith. Honorable members, I now propose the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, that this House approves the following persons as Principal Secretaries. 1, Mr. Jonathan Mweke, State Department for Sports and Arts, and Ms. Umi Mohammed Bashir, State Department for Culture and Heritage. Honorable members, I now put the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment of Principal Secretary, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as Principal Secretaries. Number 1, Mr. Jonathan Mweke. Honorable members, you may make your way in and take the nearest seat. Okay. Honorable members, number 1, Mr. Jonathan Mweke, State Department for Sports and Arts, and 2, Ms. Umi Mohammed Bashir, State Department for Culture and Heritage. Honorable members, will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. And will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 30, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as Principal Secretaries referred to the Department Committee on Tourism and Wildlife.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the special motion that, taking into consideration the finding of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife in its report of the vetting of nominees for the appointment of as Principal Secretary, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provision of Article 153B of the Constitution, the House approved the appointment of the following persons as the Principal Secretaries. 1, John Orotua, State Department for Tourism. 2, Serovia Moesia Kihoro, State Department of Wildlife. Madam Speaker, the nominees appeared before the committee on Wednesday, 30th November 2022, for the approval hearing, where the committee examined their suitability based on the criteria set out by the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. The nominees were vetted on their academic credentials, relevant experience, and knowledge of the sectors, as well as leadership and integrity. Madam Speaker, both nominees during the approval hearing demonstrated that they had good understanding of the plans and the policies of both State Department of Wildlife and Tourism, and how they will fit into the government policies as required by Section 4725 of the Public Service Commission Act 2017. Mr. Speaker, according to the information and record presented to the committee, both nominees had never been implicated on any issues that may lead to lack of integrity on their part, and therefore meets the requirement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, both nominees demonstrated sound knowledge of policies and programs as far as the projects within the State Department of Wildlife and Tourism, having practical experience in management of the sectors, specifically ranches and conservations in Kenya. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, Madam Serovia demonstrated an in-depth understanding on the light of the indigenous people, as well as nature conservation at the international level. At the same time, Madam Speaker, the nominees demonstrated, because, Madam Speaker, as we move forward, we will realize that there will be a lot of human wildlife conflict within the sector, and they assured us they are going to find ways to ensure that it is minimal. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, having considered the suitability and the capacity and the integrity of the nominees, and pursuant to Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution and Section 8(2) of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Act number 33 of 2011, the committee recommended that the National Assembly approve the appointment of John Orotua to the position of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Tourism, and 2, approve the appointment of Ms. Serovia Keoro to the position of the Principal Secretary to the State Department of Wildlife. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to move and request Honorable Wanjiko John Jogona, MP, to second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Wanjiko John Jogona. Is Honorable Wanjiku John Juguna in the house? The mic is with you now.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And you don't have to repeat things which are already on the report. We have other business to transact.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Say as per the report of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The two nominees appeared before the committee, and they proved beyond reasonable doubt that they are capable to handle the ministry and their state corporations. Therefore, I second, Mr. Speaker.
I propose the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife in its report on the vetting of the nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, Sub-Article 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. John Orotua, State Department of Tourism, and 2, Ms. Sylvia Musea Kioro, State Department for Wildlife. Is it the mood of the House that I put the question? I put the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife, and in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December
1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, Sub-Article 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as Principal Secretaries. 1, Mr. John Olutua for State Department of Tourism, and Ms. 2, Ms. Sylvia Museya Kihoro, State Department for Wildlife. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as are of...
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the special motion on consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries. That taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives in the report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, December 1, 2022. Yes, Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Alfred K. Obudo, State Department of Trade. 2, Mr. Abubakar Hassan, State Department for Investment Promotion. 3, Mr. Juma Makwana, State Department for Industry. 4, Mr. Patrick Kiburi Kilemi, State Department of Cooperatives. And 5, Mrs. Susan Mangeni, State Department for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Department. Mr. Speaker, the committee sat and verified all the required constitutional and standing orders as stipulated, and the process was took place as required by the law. And the total number of the 5 nominees participated in the vetting and in the interview and presented themselves well. The areas of concern were the area of integrity, suitability, ability to work, and all these, all the members passed the test. At the end, the committee unanimously agreed that actually the 5 passed the test, and therefore they were unanimously agreed. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion, and I ask the member for Arudai, Madam Akitani, to second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion. The nominees, Alfred Kombudo, Abubakar Hassan, Juma Mukwana, Patrick Kilemi, and Susan Mageni, all met the required expectations. Susan Mageni is geared to help us build the Hustler Fund, and I think with her, we will be able to move the Hustler Fund from where it is now to a bigger thing, and same to the rest, Patrick Kilemi and Mukwana. I second this motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that take into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December the 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, Sub-Article 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as Principal Secretaries. Mr. Alfred Kombudo, the State Department for Trade. Mr. Abubakar Hassan, State Department for Investment Promotion. Mr. Juma Mukwana, State Department for Industry. Mr. Patrick Kiburi Kilemi, State Department for Cooperatives. And Ms. Susan Mangeni, State Department for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Development. Fair enough, that's the mood of the House. I now put the question that taken into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December the 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, Sub-Article 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. Mr. Alfred Kombudo, State Department for Trade. Mr. Abubakar Hassan, State Department for Investment Promotion. Mr. Juma Mukhwana, State Department for Industry. Mr. Patrick Kiburi Kilemi, State Department for Cooperatives. And Ms. Susan Mangeni, State Department for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Development. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 32, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, referred to the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the motion that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st this year, and pursuant to the provisions of the Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Engineer Joseph Mungai Bogwa, State Department for Roads. 2, Mr. Mohammed Daga, State Department for Transport. And 3, Mr. Shadrach Mwadime, State Department for Shipping and Maritime. Mr. Speaker, the 3 nominees appeared before the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, and Mr. Speaker, they were found to be fit to hold office as a principal secretaries in their respective departments. Mr. Speaker, the committee unanimously agreed that they found the 3 to be able to handle the responsibilities that come with the 3 key departments of the Transport and Infrastructure Ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move and ask Honorable Mwangi Kiunjuri to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to confirm that I participated in the vetting, and it was an unanimous decision. The 3 nominees were highly qualified, and therefore I beg to second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that taken into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December the 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, Sub-Article 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. Order. Order Osoro. Principal Secretary, Joseph Mungai Mbugwa, State Department for Roads. Yes. Mr. Joseph Mungai Mbugwa, State Department for Roads. Mr. Mohammed Dagar, State Department for Transport. And Mr. Shadrach Mwadime, State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs. The Majority Leader proceed, please.
Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence because this is the last motion in the approval process for PSS, and members are aware that this process has been very rigorous for many members who have spent a lot of time in committees. And as I hear somebody, the Honorable Pukose say from behind me, that many members even had to travel from Sudan, from Juba, and abandoned the Yala sports to come and complete the vetting process, Honorable Speaker. And there is also...
Honorable Carey, order. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the protection. And Honorable Speaker, members are also aware that the delay, because earlier on the Honorable Junet had said that, or the Honorable Pio and I had said that these PSs were only vetted yesterday. But members are aware that their PSs, almost 21 of them, who were 22 actually, who were vetted way before the petition that was filed before the High Court was filed. And Honorable Speaker, you know, following that petition and the striking out of that petition by the High Court, the petition that was filed by the Law Society of Kenya, this is when then we progressed yesterday for committees to sit the whole day, consider the vetting process, and table their reports. And Honorable Speaker, it's important to mention that the Law Society did submit a further memorandum to Parliament yesterday. And I must indicate, Honorable Speaker, that this memorandum from the Law Society of Kenya raised issues that the nomination of the 51 persons for appointments as principal secretaries, which the committees of this House has now completed vetting and whose approval has been exercised by plenary, did not meet certain constitutional requirements of regional balance, persons with disabilities, and gender balance, and those of the youth. And Honorable Speaker, it's important to note that the approval process and vetting hearings conducted by committees of this House, and indeed the House, are guided by both the Constitution and the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, on gender balance, Article 27, Sub-Article 8 speaks on the question of gender, as Article 232 speaks to the issue of regional balance. Article 54, subsection 2 speaks to the issue of persons living with disabilities, and Article 55 speaks to the issue of representation of the youth and youth access to employment and their participation in political, social, and economic spheres of their lives in this country as citizens of this country. Honorable Speaker, allow me to note that each of the committees that have carried out this exercise of vetting undertook the vetting and approval hearings of the 51 persons nominated by the President for appointment as PSs or Principal Secretaries, as was required, making reference and being guided by the provisions I have just enumerated in the Constitution and the Public Appointments Act. Honorable Speaker, more critical is the provision of Section 7 of the Public Appointments Act, Parliamentary Approval, the Act of 2011, which defines the issues for consideration by a committee in conducting the approval hearings. Section 7A of this Act, Honorable Speaker, requires that each committee, and indeed this House, examines the procedure that was used to arrive at the 51 nominees. And this, Honorable Speaker, can only be answered by going back and checking on how the 51 nominees were interviewed, shortlisted, and eventually brought to this House. To this end, Honorable Speaker, I note that all the committees that vetted these principal secretaries and in their reports that have been tabled in this House did make reference to the report of the Public Service Commission in terms of Article 155, Sub-Article 3A of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, indeed, if you take a quick look at all the reports that were submitted by, by the departmental committees, they make reference to the report of the Public Service Commission. And a quick perusal of the report by the Public Service Commission, Honorable Speaker, members will observe, and indeed the country will observe and note that this report went to great lengths to list in detail the names of the 51 nominees who are nominated as principal secretaries by their names. They have also listed the agenda, their country of origin, their age, and whether the persons nominated are people living with or without disabilities. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that Section 47.3 of the Public Service Commission Act of 2017 also obligated the Public Service Commission in making recommendations for persons to be nominated by the President for appointment as principal secretaries to pay attention to inclusiveness in terms of gender, Kenya's diverse communities, persons living with disabilities, and the youth. Honorable Speaker, from the report of the Public Service Commission, which, as I indicated, all the committees of this House referred to as evidence in their reports, it is clear that the process of shortlisting and interviewing the 51 persons adhered to the provisions, to the provisions of the Constitution on, among other things, gender, merit, youth, persons with disabilities, and the ethnic and regional diversity of our country. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, allow me to conclude by saying that the memorandum by the Law Society of Kenya that was brought to their house was indeed forwarded to all the departmental committees that were conducting the vetting hearings for consideration. To this end, I am very glad, Honorable Speaker, that the reports of the committees have analyzed all the ensuing constitutional issues relating to gender, youth, persons with disabilities, ethnic and regional diversity, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, and all committees found that the nominees complied with these constitutional and statutory requirements of our Constitution. And Honorable Speaker, let me also take this opportunity in a special way to thank all the chairs of our committees and indeed all members who took a lot of their time to participate in the vetting process and ensure that this process was successfully completed in record time, and also for availing themselves and sacrificing to be here till late, Honorable Speaker, for this approval. As I also congratulate all the nominees on their approval today as principal secretaries, but also to inform them that they now take office when they are sworn in as accounting officers in ministries of government, and they must be accountable to the people of Kenya and accountable to this House. The principal secretary is nominated, once approved, Honorable Speaker, and sworn in, must therefore exercise their office and duties in their offices, bearing in mind that they are now public officers who must serve in line with this Constitution, in line with our statutes, and paying due diligence to the prudent management and use of public funds. And I wish to congratulate them, and especially, Honorable Speaker, noting that a number of my classmates, one, Veronica Nduva, who was my classmate at the University of Nairobi, is now, has now been approved, and my other classmate, the PS nominee for housing, the Honorable Charles Hinga, as PS in the Ministry of Housing, Honorable Speaker, and also the regional manager, Kera, in Kiambu County, who is now the principal secretary nominee for roads. Honorable Speaker, I especially congratulate them. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit and support.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155, 3B of the Constitution, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as principal secretaries. 1, Mr. Joseph Mungai Mbugwa, State Department for Roads. 2, Mr. Mohammed Dagar, State Department for Transport. And 3, Mr. Shadrach Mwadime, State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 33, motion, consideration of the report on a petition under Standing Order 230.
Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion that this House considers and adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on petitions by the Republican Liberty Party, Reverend Dennis Ndwega Ndumbe, Mr. Geoffrey Lagat, and Mr. Owo Steve Jerry, seeking the removal of 4 specified commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 251(3) of the Constitution, number 1, finds A, that the petition by the Republican Liberty Party discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws, as a ground for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Mafenge Wanderi, and Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. B, that the petition by Reverend Dennis Ndwega discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws, gross misconduct and incompetence as grounds of removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Mavenge Wanderi, and Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. C, the petition by Geoffrey Lagat discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws, gross misconduct and incompetence as grounds for the removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Maset, Mr. Francis Mavenge Wanderi, and Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Number D, that the petition by Ogo Steve Jerry discloses a serious violation of the Constitution or other laws, gross misconduct and incompetence as grounds for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Maset, Mr. Francis Mavenge Wanderi, and Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Number 2, resolves that 1, that the petitions herein, together with the material in support thereof, be sent to His Excellency the President, pursuant to Article 251(3) of the Constitution. 2, that His Excellency the President appoints a tribunal to deal with the matters in accordance with Article 251(5) of the Constitution, and that 3, His Excellency the President suspends the commissioners herein pending the determination by the tribunal. Honorable Speaker, the House will recall that 4 petitioners came to the National Assembly with the petitions that these 4 commissioners be removed from the IEBC. Honorable Speaker, you referred the petitions to the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, and in spite of the fact that we had 14 days, we did the best we could, and thank you very much for granting us an extension of 3 days. May I start by thanking those members of the committee who sat throughout the period we assigned for hearings. May I thank the Secretariat for the good work done, and may I report to this House this afternoon that we have 2 volumes of the report which we have tendered to the House and which is being considered. Every member can obtain those volumes, and you can read for yourself, because in my own estimation, the committee, in spite of all the hurdles that were thrown on its way, actually did a fantastic job. We were able to sit, we were able to hear, and we were able to make recommendations. There were many issues that were raised, and all of them are addressed in this report, including our jurisdiction, what role we had to play, and whether there was anyone else mandated to do this work. Eventually, we found that we were the right committee to deal with it, and this is why we listened to everyone and came up with a report. All the petitioners appeared before us. They were actually heard, and everything they said is in this report. We also afforded adequate opportunity to the respondents, the 4 commissioners. I'm pleased to report to the House that actually they were represented by council. Council made representations, which representations we took into consideration while drawing the report we have brought to the House. What we have is a true record of what took place. Honorable House of Parliament, please do read it for yourselves. you will see exactly what was said and what we did. Eventually, having listened to the petitioners, we actually came up with a decision as to whether any of the petitions made disclosures. And I'm happy to report to the House that after agonizing for a couple of days away from Parliament, we were able to establish that each of those petitions disclosed a ground upon which each of the 4 commissioners can be removed from office. Therefore, we came to a conclusion and a recommendation that the entire report in 82 volumes, including all the material, the petitions, the responses, the letters that were written, be forwarded to His Excellency the President, so that he can appoint a tribunal to deal with these 4 commissioners, who actually deserve to be removed from office on the grounds of gross misconduct, violation of the law, everything else which they did, which was untoward. I do not wish to go into evidence that was adduced before the tribunal, because this will take time. It is on record. I adopt it as it is. Let everybody read this. Let everybody acquaint himself or herself with the report, so that we are able to debate soberly. Because this is a report of the committee which this House can either adopt or reject. But I do urge you to adopt it, because the issues raised by these petitioners were not frivolous. These are issues which, on the face of it, established a prima facie case. It is on that ground that we have made this recommendation, with the last recommendation being, while the investigation is going on, these 4 commissioners should actually not remain in office, but should be suspended, so that they are investigated and everything else is done in accordance with our Constitution, in accordance with the law, and I confirm we also actually followed the standing orders. With those few remarks, I beg to move that we actually consider and adopt this report, and I request my able Vice Chairman, Mr. Ekomas Mwengi Mutuse, to second the adoption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman, for your able presentation. I confirm that the report tabled before the House and as presented by the Chair is a true reflection of the deliberations of the committee, and therefore I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that this House considers and adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on petitions by the Republican Party, Liberty Party, Reverend Dennis Ndwiga Ndumbi, Mr. Geoffrey Langat, and Mr. Owor Steve Jerry, seeking the removal of 4 specified commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 2513 of the Constitution, finds A, that the petition by Republican Liberty Party discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws as a ground for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Madenge Wanderi, and Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. B, that the petition by Reverend Dennis Ndwiga Ndumbi discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws, gross misconduct, and incompetence as grounds for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Madenge Wanderi, and Mr. Julius Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. C, that the petition by Geoffrey Langat discloses serious violations of the Constitution and or other laws, gross misconduct, and incompetence as grounds for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Madenge Wanderi, and Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. D, that the petition by Owor Steve Jerry discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws, gross misconduct, and incompetence as grounds for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Madenge Wanderi, and Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. 2, resolves 1, that the petitions herein together with the materials in support thereof be sent to His Excellency the President pursuant to Article 251(3) of the Constitution. 2, that His Excellency the President appoints a tribunal to deal with the matter in accordance with Article 251(5) of the Constitution. And 3, that His Excellency the President suspends the commissioners herein pending the determination by the tribunal. Yes. Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Okay.
And I beg members' indulgence on this one. And it's advisable that because it is following a petition by members of the public, Honorable Speaker, allow me, even as I rise to support, to, in a very special manner, thank the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee for the good work that they put in. And Honorable Speaker, also thank you, because as Speaker, when you conveyed on the 15th of November 2022, conveyed the petitions, the 4 petitions by the Republican Liberty Party, Reverend Dennis Nduiga Thubi, Geoffrey Langat, and Owor Steve Jerry, the petitions for the removal from office of the 4 IEBC commissioners. Honorable Speaker, I was thanking you because you did give guidelines to the committee on how they would conduct their hearings. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, because we have all followed the proceedings of the JAILA committee, they did adhere to your guidelines, and following those guidelines, Honorable Speaker, the hearings were quite orderly. I know many Kenyans have asked why is it that these hearings were even being televised on TV, and some have argued, Honorable Speaker, that all that needed to do was for the committee to look at the petitions quietly. But with your guidelines, Honorable Speaker, you did give guidelines that required that the commissioners who were being petitioned against be afforded the right to appear in person or even through legal representation, and the right even to cross-examine the petitioners under oath over all the matters that they had raised in their petitions. Honorable Speaker, and indeed, I am privy to proceedings of the committee through the chair of the committee that indeed all the 4 commissioners were afforded that opportunity to appear either in person or through counsel. But they chose not to appear, Honorable Speaker, but they did send, a number of them sent their counsel to represent them. And Honorable Speaker, members will remember the contention on the jurisdiction of the committee of JLAC on this matter, and the ruling by the Honorable Chair, the Honorable Murugara, that indeed the committee had jurisdiction to hear the petitions. And I wish to confirm to the House and to the nation that this committee has a mandate to hear and determine though the 4 petitions pursuant to Article 251, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution, and our own Standing Order 230, Sub-Article 4, as the chair of the committee directed. However, Honorable Speaker, Members, you remember that Commissioner Irene Masit did not make any appearance, as advised by her legal counsel, who wrote to the committee through the clerk of the National Assembly via the letter dated 28 November 2022, informing the committee of her withdrawal from the proceedings. But the other commissioners did, besides fighting on the question of jurisdiction, when they appeared before the committee, because it was in full view of cameras, their counsel withdrew from the proceedings of the committee. But subsequently, they also submitted to the jurisdiction of the same committee when they sought again to appear to cross-examine the petitioners, but of course with a lot of delaying tactics, Honorable Speaker, and I must commend all the members of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee who conducted themselves with a lot of decorum and even afforded. There's one sitting, Honorable Speaker, that looked like it was a law school class. I think the legal counsel had anticipated to find accountants like me before JLAC, but were rather surprised to find seasoned lawyers and senior lawyers like Wakili Mureu, Wakili Osoro, Wakili Njeri, the member for Kirinyaga, and others, including the Honorable Mutuse, and the chair, Sir George himself, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the members of this committee burnt the midnight oil to even have this report ready, and we must commend them. Honorable Speaker, the other thing worth noting is that in the history of this country, we have had IEBC commissions that have been fought left, right, and center. In fact, there are people who say the most dangerous job to take up in this country is one of being a commissioner of IEBC. And indeed, it's because of what the political class in this country has subjected commissioners of IEBC to. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying this because it is worth noting that this is the first time in the history of all independent electoral and boundaries commissions that we have set up in this country that we are seeing due process being followed in the removal or otherwise of a commission or commissioners, Honorable Speaker. Members will recall from the times of Chesoni, the times of Kivuitu, the times of Isaac Hassan, commissioners in IEBC were removed through street demonstrations and riots around town to force commissioners out of office. Therefore, we must commend this committee and the country that our democracy now has become of age, that we remove people from offices in line with our statutes and our constitution. And I must commend this House, Honorable Speaker, and we must be proud that as the 13th Assembly, we are presiding over a process that follows due process. We have not had to get anybody to the streets, despite the gross violation of our constitution, Honorable Speaker, and our statutes that these commissioners engaged in during the electioneering process. And Honorable Speaker, the fateful day in Bomas, Honorable Speaker, is equivalent to January 6th in the US, Honorable Speaker, and the attempted takeover of the Capitol in the US. And because we model our democracy along the operations of other well-grown democracies like that of the US, we must not as a country ever allow something like what happened in Bomas of Kenya on that day to ever happen again. These commissioners were going to ban this country. And it is sad, and it's rather poetic justice or ironical, Mr. Speaker, that the people who have agitated for the removal of commissioners in the past through riots and street demonstrations today are speaking about street demonstrations to protect commissioners who have violated our constitution, abused the people of Kenya, and attempted to stage a coup against the sovereign will of the people of Kenya that they exercised in a democratic, free, and fair election on the 9th of August. I have no fear of contradiction, Honorable Speaker, to state that these commissioners are indeed people who should be in the category of criminals. People who wanted to ban our country, prodded by people who made them believe that they had power over the people of Kenya, whose sovereign authority is given to them by the Constitution and Article 1 of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I said it is poetic justice that the same people who prodded these commissioners to line up and go address a press conference at Serena and afforded them the luxury of rooms in Serena and apartments paid for by the state, Honorable Speaker, because somebody believed they were above the Constitution, they were the law unto themselves, Honorable Speaker. The same people today have been prodding these commissioners to stay put. But I want to speak to these commissioners, Honorable Speaker. They know what they did was criminal. They know what they did was against our Constitution and against the will of the people. They intended to overturn the will of the people exercised through the ballot. They know it is criminal, and they know the right thing to do would have been to resign even before getting the country to where we are and getting this House to even consider such a petition. And I want to speak to them. And I know they are listening to me. Commissioner Masit, Commissioner Cherera of the Cherera-matics, Commissioner Angaya, Commissioner Wanderi, it is time to pack and leave. You need not take the country through another painful process. Kenyans want to move forward from the August 9th elections and the consequent actions of your misbehavior at the bombers of Kenya. The actions of these commissioners, Honorable Speaker, would easily have turned this country, Honorable Speaker, into a banana republic. I must commend the people of Kenya. I must commend the millions of people who voted for the Azimio candidate, Raila Odinga, and the running mate, Martha Karua, that they resisted and desisted from being incited to get into the streets by these commissioners and those who are prodding them. Honorable Speaker, we must thank and commend Kenyans that for the first time in the history of our republic, Honorable Speaker, since the advent of multipartyism, Kenyans have now seen that they can go into elections, vote for the candidate of their choice, commend those who win, and congratulate those who lose, and the country moves on peacefully. We must commend the people of Kenya. But these commissioners must also equally pay. And I want to ask this House to support the recommendations of the Jailer Committee that these commissioners indeed be subjected to a tribunal. But I would advise them to not even allow themselves to get to the tribunal. It will be a painful process for this country to take the country through a tribunal. We do not want to relive. I was at the bombers of Kenya, and Mr. Speaker, you were also there. You know the tension that gripped this country out of the actions of commissioners who are being irresponsible, who are being insensitive to millions of Kenyans who woke up very early to go and vote for candidates of their choice. And Honorable Speaker, the right thing to do, I want to repeat, would even not to get to the position where the committee is recommending to His Excellency the President to appoint a tribunal to deal with this matter in accordance to Article 251, sub-Article 5 of our Constitution. I would encourage them to give our country peace. They wanted to destroy the peace that Kenyans had elected to live with after peacefully voting, going home, and waiting peacefully for results. For commissioners, Honorable Speaker, who were appointed to office not so long ago, Honorable Speaker, to have had the temerity, Honorable Speaker, to do what they are doing, was a very sad day for our country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you remember when in the 12th Parliament, the process of appointing commissioners came to this floor. We indicated, those of us who are speaking for whom we are speaking, that we had not followed due process. Indeed, Commissioner Irene must sit. There is an existing court order that had only allowed her to sit in office until they were able to conduct the elections, because she was rightfully not in office, Honorable Speaker. And there is a court judgment. This is the same commissioner who will not even submit herself to due process. And she knows she ought not even to be in office in the first place. Honorable Speaker, let me not even get into details of the misbehavior of these commissioners, but urge this House to rise to the occasion and approve this report as recommended by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, so that it may be a lesson to whoever else will ever be appointed to a constitutional commission or to serve in any public office, that you exercise public office in trust of the people of Kenya, and never at the behest or the calling of anybody who makes you to imagine that they hold powers that are beyond the Constitution. Like these commissioners were made to believe that there exists a deep state and a system that would fix the election. The people to fix any election in this country are the voters who wake up early to go and vote for the leaders of their choice. And Honorable Speaker, I wish to submit and encourage Kenyans to continue voting, knowing that every vote will count, and never again shall any other person attempt to overturn the sovereign will of the people exercised on the ballot if action is taken against these commissioners. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support and urge members to indeed support the committee's report and ask the President to waste no time in dealing with people who are otherwise criminals, people who wanted to burn our country. Set up the tribunal, but if they are willing, they can also save us from that cost of setting up tribunals. They can save the country from the pain of having to go back to what happened at Bomas of Kenya on that fateful day, Honorable Speaker, by simply resigning. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker. Yes, what was the point of order? Yes, Honorable Gikaria.
Honorable Speaker, I know this is a very important thing, but Honorable Speaker, I rise on a point of order. I don't know whether the majority leader was seconding, so that I can ask you to limit the others who will be given 5. Honorable Speaker, this is a very critical issue. I remember what happened in 2007, and I live in Nakuru County, and what happened because of a mistake of a few individuals.
What is your point of order?
I'm just asking whether we can, instead of the 10 minutes, we can be given 5 minutes each. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, three is too small. We'll have just mentioned the names of the 4, 5 at least.
Order, Honorable
Thank you.
members. It is now 6:58. I'll allow you to debate this motion depending on availability of those who want to speak up to 7:58, 1 hour. Whereafter, I'll call the mover to reply and put the question. To that extent, I'll allow debate to take 5 minutes per speaker. Deputy Speaker, 5 minutes each. If you can spend less, the better, and avoid unhelpful repetitions.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice in support of this report of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. I just would like, as we proceed to debate this particular report, is to make it clear, not only to those in the House, but Kenyans at large, that this Parliament was acting pursuant to Article 251 of the Constitution. That a member of the Commission, and I may quote, a member of a commission or holder of an independent office may be removed from office only for the following reasons, and it sets it out. And you can see that these particular petitions that came before the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs Committee met that threshold. Honorable Speaker, as I support this particular motion, I think it is important that we know that the job of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee was to establish a prima facie case that warrants interrogation further by a tribunal. So they were not supposed to go into too much detail. The rest of the details shall be interrogated before a tribunal. And we look forward as Kenyans that tribunal does have an opportunity to investigate this matter, because it is important for Kenyans to know exactly what happened on that August the 15th and the days preceding it. We know that these particular commissioners were not only in violation of the Constitution, but they were part of a larger conspiracy, as seen in the report of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. A conspiracy that involved eventually the killing of 2 Indian nationals who are working for the Electoral Commission. They were part of a bigger conspiracy where they organized violence at the Bomas of Kenya Tallying Center. They were also part of a conspiracy to allow the attack on various agents from the Kenya Kwanza side. They were also part of a conspiracy to try and commit something akin to treason by attempting to change the results of the petition. Also, when you look at this particular report, it is clear that for the first time in the history of the electoral management in Kenya, the commissioners themselves became petitioners in favor of one candidate against a commission where they are serving commissioners. If this is not contravention and violation of the Constitution of Kenya, then I do not know what that would be. Honorable Speaker, I therefore support the recommendations made by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee in relation to the 4 named commissioners for gross violation of the Constitution that warrants removal from office through an establishment of a tribunal. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Members should be as disciplined as that. You didn't exhaust your 5 minutes. The honorable member for, yes, Mandera.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I stand to support the report of my former colleagues, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, on this very critical and important issue to the country or to Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the same 4 commissioners who have been given the mandate to oversee the elections. They have done the overseeing of the voters, the registration. They employed election officials, which they were very satisfied with. They followed all the processes. At the end of the processes, the voting, when they realized that things are not going the way they wanted, that the Kenyan citizens have decided whatever they have decided, and that was not in tandem with their ideology, then they started to bring the problems they brought. This is like a hen eating its own eggs. A hen that has laid eggs, that has incubated, when it's about to hatch, when the chicks are about to hatch, the hen goes back and eats its own eggs and eats its chicken. These commissioners, whatever they have done, is burning this country completely. It is only by grace of God that we got help. Otherwise, what happened at Bomas and what happened at Serena, when they knew the result, they are the ones who tallied. They were responsible. They knew the result. And therefore, because of their selfish wishes and because of even the way they were initially employed, I was a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs who vetted those commissioners. There was, during that time, during the vetting itself, when they were being employed, there was a lot of queries. There was a lot of malpractices even that time. The Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs even put part of its report during that time that some of these commissioners that are being appointed were not up to standard. But fortunately for them, and maybe luckily for them, they got through and they were given the opportunities. It is very, very unfortunate that they still want to defend whatever they have done. They still want to defend for banning this country instead of just honorably resigning and shaming themselves and walking away and hiding from the public anymore. With those few remarks, I stand to support. Thank you so much.
Honorable, yes, Honorable Ruku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is very important for us as the House to send a very clear message to every person who holds an office of high calling. Every person who is a commissioner, who has an office of authority, must be able to discharge his or her duties with integrity, with commitment, and with passion which Kenyans expect him or her to discharge his duties. These four commissioners, Mr. Speaker, they were about to ban this country. This country has taken the efforts of our forefathers to be where it is today. It has taken the energy and the commitment of many Kenyans to have the institutions which we have. And we cannot afford to destroy our democracy because of people who are after subverting the will of the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, it is good for us as members of this House to send a very clear signal and strong one by sending these four commissioners home with immediate effect. Mr. Speaker, I support the recommendation of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, who next? I'll give the member for Molo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The report before this House, Mr. Speaker, is purely based on the veracity of the petition presented before the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is only fair to say that the Jailer Committee took an impartial role as it took through a quasi-judicial role, Mr. Speaker. The respondent, Mr. Speaker, waived their fair administrative action rights and therefore would have no pause to seek retrieve in any other avenue, Mr. Speaker. Kenya holds one of the most expensive elections in the world, not just in terms of the cost, but most importantly in terms of the opportunity cost of the foregone business and economic activities before, during, and after elections, Mr. Speaker. We need to put this to an end. When Kenyans go to vote, they need to go back to their businesses. We did not scare away any investors because it is an electioneering period. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion.
KJ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I rise to support the report that has been presented by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, it is important that it goes on record that the committee was not there to judge the four commissioners. In fact, we should be here thanking some patriotic Kenyans who presented petitions to this House. And according to our constitution, Mr. Speaker, we are mandated to look into and resolve any matter of interest in this country, Mr. Speaker. And this is a matter of great interest, Mr. Speaker. Why so? Because what happened in Bomas, Mr. Speaker, can only be defined as sacrilege. These are people who are actually candidates for a charge of treason, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what was intended to happen at Bomas was tallying of votes. However, some 4 individuals took it upon themselves to appropriate to themselves powers that they did not have. They wanted the results unpacked, and they wanted to vote on a vote. After millions of Kenyans had gone to the ballot and voted, 4 Kenyans wanted to vote on the vote that Kenyans had voted on. Mr. Speaker, the report coming from the committee is damning. We wish it would have been the final stage, because what we're about to go into is an expense that a country like ours does not need to go into. These are people who, if they were honorable enough, would have just decided to quit the positions immediately after the announcement of the elections. So, Mr. Speaker, without taking much more time, I want to add my voice to those who are here saying that we should support the report of the committee, and the president should set up a tribunal pronto and this decision made so that we can move on as a country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Ainapkoi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support. I don't know why.
If you are all like KJ and the Deputy Speaker, many people will speak.
Thank you. Thank you. I will be very brief, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the Chairman of Justice and Legal Affairs. As you know, I'm the former chair. I'm the Chairman Emeritus. He has done a wonderful job. Yes. He has done a job that is without comparison, and I want to thank and appreciate them. Mr. Speaker, you know, I get very surprised. Yes. Okay. These commissioners were appointed pursuant to Article 250 of the Constitution. They sit in office pursuant to Article 250 of the Constitution. Article 251 of the Constitution is invoked by Kenyans as required by the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Article 3 of the Constitution, because they send lawyers, we're also going to be lawyers here, Mr. Speaker. Article 3 of the Constitution provides that every Kenyan must defend and uphold this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I get very surprised when they are invited to come. They are given fair administrative action as required by Article 47 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, in which it says, I'd like to read for them for free. Maybe they have been paying lawyers to come and do some wrong things. The Article 247, it says, every person has the right to a fair administrative action that is expeditious, efficient, lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. Mr. Speaker, what the committee did was to complete this thing in a very expeditious manner as provided by the Constitution. I was very surprised when somebody said here, why is there expedition? Why is the work being expedited? Why is the work being expedited when the Constitution in Article 47, they should read? They just need to acquaint themselves with the provisions of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as already been said, Mr. Speaker, this committee did not, it went even to a great length of making an attempt to entertain evidence from those people. In fact, you just needed, as the Deputy Speaker said, to consider those petitions on just a prima facie, on just on the face of it. And I must thank you. You went into the depth. You did the work of the tribunal. I think the tribunal will have very little work to do, Mr. Speaker. They have already been guided, and they will just complete their work in the most expeditious way. And with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Woman member for Kiambu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my contribution on this matter. What surprises me in this whole issue is the fact that two of these members are women. and women who are supposed to represent mothers, who are supposed to even have an understanding of what the implication they were just about to bring in the country and what it would have done to families and mostly to mothers and to children. I would just want to say that these people need to speak to themselves and not even be given an opportunity to say anything, but just the very noble thing to do is just to resign and walk away. The pain that they would have caused this country, the struggle that they would have caused this country would have been enormous, and the loss that we would have gone through. But again, Mr. Speaker, I would also want to say that I am equally disappointed when I see other people from the other party trying to support them, and I'm almost asking that any common sense would ask anybody to explain even how the arrangement was done. These people had sat and had a conspiracy of hurting this country. Because when you look at a hotel where they had gone to do their presentation, that hotel must have been booked. It's a private premises. They must have booked and paid. When you look at the media house that they used to make the announcement, it also must have made an arrangement. And so we can as well say it was a whole combination of people who try to be goons in this country and try to spoil the country. So we are requesting that these people, the noble thing that they would do is not put us or subject this country into more pain and to more discussion. They should not provoke us even to continue talking about them. The noble thing they need to do and command respect for the people of this country is owe us an apology and apologize to the people of this country, apologize to the families they would have hurt, and apologize to everybody that they inconvenienced. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I say they better start packing today. We have no time wasting with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Makali. Yes, Honorable Gikaria, what is out of order?
You know, Honorable Speaker, when I asked for the 5 minutes, I thought I would be getting contrary views from members. Like myself, I had a contrary view. But now I can see we are in concurrence, and everybody is saying they should go. So I'm standing on standing order number 95 to request you to ask the mover to reply so that we can be able to make a decision. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is that the mood of the House? Yes. So let me, since I had called Honorable Makali, let him speak, then I put the question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this particular opportunity to contribute to this motion. First, Honorable Speaker, I must say that we need to allay the impression out there that the respondents, the commissioners, were never given an opportunity to give their evidence. Honorable Speaker, the committee in which I sat in gave the commissioners a chance to be able to come and defend themselves before that committee. But they never appeared. They sent very renowned lawyers to appear before that particular committee. But they never filed responses in respect to the petitions that had been filed by the four parties who had filed those petitions. So technically the petitions, they stood unrebutted. Two, when the proceedings were going on, Honorable Speaker, the petitioners clearly demonstrated the respective breaches of the Constitution that had been actually been breached by the four commissioners. And all Kenyans will remember the 15th of August, the two screens which we saw. They were almost carrying out a coup on the will of the Kenyan people. We looked up at the petitions as they were. Assaults were made on the committee regarding its jurisdiction. But, yes, Honorable Speaker, we withstood a lot of abuses. The committee was even called a kangaroo court. Honorable Speaker, those petitions that were presented met the threshold to enable this National Assembly to be able to send these petitions to the President for the appointment of a tribunal. We cannot wait until the last minute, Your Honorable Speaker. The mistake we have been making is we reconstitute the commission too close to the elections. This is the rightful time to be able to fix up the issues of the IEBC so that we can be able to have credible and fair elections in future. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support.
Order, honorable members. Having resolved that we stop the debate here, I now put the question, which is that this House considers and adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on petitions by the Republican Liberty Party, Reverend Dennis Ndwiga Ndumbi, Mr. Geoffrey Langat, and Mr. Awor Steve Jerry, seeking the removal of 4 specified commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 251 of the Constitution, finds A, that the petition by the Republican Liberty Party discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws as a ground for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Madenge Wanderi, and Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. B, that the petition by Reverend Dennis Ndwiga Ndumbi discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws, gross misconduct and incompetence as grounds for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Madenge Wanderi, and Mr. Julius Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. C, that the petition by Mr. Geoffrey Langat discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws, gross misconduct and incompetence as grounds for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Madenge Wanderi, and Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. D, that the petition by Awor Steve Jerry discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws, gross misconduct and incompetence as grounds for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Madenge Wanderi, and Mr. Julius Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. 2, resolves that the petitions herein, together with the materials in support thereof, be sent to His Excellency the President, pursuant to Article 251(3) of the Constitution. 2, that His Excellency the President appoints a tribunal to deal with the matter in accordance with Article 251(5) of the Constitution. And 3, that His Excellency the President suspends the commissioners herein pending the determination by the tribunal. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. We'll have to rescind that vote and call the mover to reply. I think your anxiety to ask me to put the question made me skip a critical component of debate. So the question is rescinded and expunged from the Hansard. The vote is equally expunged from the Hansard. I'll call the mover to reply before we put the question. And those who are anxious to push the chair to put the question like the Honorable Kikaria, you should be pushing the chair to call the mover to reply, not to put the question. Honorable Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And honorable members who are trying to leave, remember there is an even more important bill ahead of you after this motion. You better persevere and deal with all the business. You already resolved that you'll sit until you exhaust every business of the House.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me in a form of reply to thank each and every member who has sat here for these long hours, and for those few who have spoken, who have supported this report. Allow me also to thank members of the committee, and allow me to name them because I had my vice chairperson, Ekomas Mwengi Mutuse. I had the Honorable Onyego Silvanas Osoro. We had Mushira Michael Mwangi. We had Muriel Wakili Edward of Gatanga, Maina Jerry, Jane, and we had Gishoi Kagusha John Philip MP Mokreine. We also had Mr. Walala, Ronald Walala is actually an advocate. He did a fantastic job producing this very nice report. Now that the House is in the mood of approving it, let me say thank you very much. Let's move on so that we are able to deal with these 4 commissioners as is provided for by the Constitution and the other law. Thank you very much. I beg to reply.
Honorable members, now we can properly put the question. That taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and, sorry, where am I reading? No, sorry, members, which page? I've lost the page. Thank you. Honorable members are now properly put the question that this House considers and adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on petitions by the Republican Liberty Party, Reverend Dennis Ndwiga Ndumbi, Mr. Geoffrey Langat, order, honorable members, order, Kamket, and Mr. Owor Steve Jerry seeking the removal of 4 specified commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 1, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 251(3) of the Constitution, 1, finds that the petition by the Republican Liberty Party discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws as ground for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Madenge Wanderi, Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya, as commissioners of the Independent and Electoral Boundaries Commission. B, that the petition by Reverend Dennis Ndwiga Ndumbi discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws, gross misconduct and incompetence as grounds for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Madenge Wanderi, and Ms. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. C, that a petition by Geoffrey Langat discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws, gross misconduct and incompetence as grounds for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Madenge Wanderi, and Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. D, that the petition by Owor Steve Jerry discloses serious violations of the Constitution or other laws, gross misconduct and incompetence as grounds for removal of Ms. Juliana Wonge Cherera, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit, Mr. Francis Madenge Wanderi, and Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya as commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. 2. Resolves, 1. That the petitions herein, together with the materials in report thereof, be sent to His Excellency the President pursuant to Article 251(3) of the Constitution. 2. That His Excellency the President appoints a tribunal to deal with the matters in accordance with Article 251(5) of the Constitution. And 3. That His Excellency the President suspends the commissioners herein pending the determination of the tribunal. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now, next order.
Order number 34, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2022, second reading.
Leader of majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the object of this bill is a very short bill, is almost a 1-2 clause bill, Honorable Speaker. And the principal object of this bill is to amend the IEBC Act in the first schedule, which provides for membership of the selection panel for purposes of appointment of the chairperson or members of IEBC Commission. Honorable Speaker, with the passage of the motion that we just passed on order number 33, members will know that if and when these documents are transmitted to His Excellency the President, the 4 commissioners now will stand suspended until the tribunal finishes its work. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, bearing in mind that the other 3 commissioners who preside over the commission, the chair and the 2 other commissioners, their term come to an end early January, then we would be in a very precarious situation without a commission or without commissioners, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there was a selection panel that was set up that comprised of 7 members. However, Honorable Speaker, this proposed amendment to the Act was necessitated by the declaration by our courts through the constitutional petition E364 of 2020 by Okia Omtata versus the Attorney General and 5 others on the unconstitutionality of some of the provisions of the current Act, Honorable Speaker. And the High Court held that this unconstitutionality was to the extent that the present nomination by the Parliamentary Service Commission of 4 out of 7 commissioners, members of the selection panel, the court was of the view that such dominance by the Parliamentary Service Commission failed to portray the selection panel as fair and independent. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, what we have done in this amendment bill is to cure that issue that was raised by the High Court. And Honorable Speaker, clause 2 of the bill is proposing now, instead of 4 persons being nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission, we will now have 1 man and 1 woman being nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission to confirm with the issue of gender parity. We'll also have 1 person to be nominated by the Public Service Commission. 1 other person will be nominated by the Political Parties Liaison Committee. And Honorable Speaker, it's important to inform members of the country on the need to have a person nominated by the Political Parties Liaison Committee, Honorable Speaker. In the last Parliament, Honorable Speaker, when the selection panel was set up, it is only 2 political parties, ODM and Jubilee, 1 wing of Jubilee actually, that nominated the panel that moved on to nominate the 4 commissioners whose mandate you have made the decision that you have made on today. And it tells you how precarious the process of nomination of commissioners and the panel that you interview these commissioners is. Because we followed a process where only ODM and its leader and the then leader of the minority faction of Jubilee, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, it is only the 2 of them and the leadership of the House then that nominated members who would sit in the selections panel that led to the appointment as commissioners of the 4 commissioners that the petitioners had petitioned against. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, what we have done, other than allowing the Parliamentary Service Commission now or a few political parties, it would have been very easy, Honorable Speaker, to get the Azimio leadership and or ODM and UDA or Azimio and Kenya Kwanza to nominate the people to sit in this panel. But we have now expanded this to a situation where all political parties that are registered and have a unit under the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties under the Liaison Committee to participate in the selection of the panelists or the members of the panel that will then select or interview commissioners for IEBC. And that is the reason why we are getting one person who will be nominated by the political parties liaison committee that sits in the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties to ensure that even non-parliamentary political parties, even parties that don't have even an MCA, but they are political parties registered by the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, then have a stake and a say as to who sits in this panel that will do the work, the important work then of identifying and interviewing the commissioners that will take over from the work of the current commission. Honorable Speaker, there is also one person nominated by the Law Society of Kenya and two persons who will be nominated by the Interreligious Council of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, with that, Honorable Speaker, these provisions now cure the unconstitutionality that was found to be in the bill as it existed or in the act by the High Court in the petition filed by Okia Omtata versus the Attorney General and 5 others. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to beg that members do support this amendment. It's a very short bill, but it will go a long way to helping the country to move forward to ensure that there is no vacuum in the office of IEBC Commission, and the country will be able then to move forward and have a panel that will then help the country to identify other commissioners to succeed the current commissioners. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request Wakili Mureu, a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, to second.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to support this motion, support this bill. And before I do that, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the members of Justice and Legal Committee for making sure that for the first time in history, this country, they have never ever had an opportunity to discipline our commissioners in our electoral system. In the past, the members of IEBC were removed from office through demonstrations. But today, this House has demonstrated that this country has come of age. We can be able to use our justice system. Everybody has been given an opportunity to ventilate their issues, and we have removed it. I want to recommend this House for the job well done. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the 4 patriotic Kenyans who took up Article 3 of the Constitution and decided to risk and defend the Constitution. Allow me to thank the Republican Party. Allow me to thank Dennis Duigan Thumbi. Allow me to thank Geoffrey Langat. Allow me to thank Steve Jerry. These are patriotic Kenyans. And I wish all Kenyans are the same, can take this opportunity whenever it arises to stand and defend the Constitution. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, today we are putting a foot down and say the time of impunity, lawlessness is over. And this is a country which is going to be ruled by the rule of law and not the rule of jungle.
Order.
And at that point, Mr. Speaker.
Wakili, order, Wakili. You are actually debating the motion that we have just passed. Can you wind up your argument?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I wish to take this opportunity to second this motion, this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order, honorable members, order. The distinguished Wakili is a first-timer, so he's on a learning curve. You should understand. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2022, be now read a second time. As usual, the screen is full. Since I sat here, I don't know if it is about this. I put the question. No, I call the mover to reply. Does anybody want to go? Johanna Ngeno.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. I think I don't want to belabor this particular issue, Mr. Speaker, because really, if fate will meet the commissioners who've just been done here with, Mr. Speaker, this country will be having so many elections, we don't know. We might be having elections, and if we do not have the commissioners in place, if there is no chair, and there is no quorum in the commission, Mr. Speaker, I think we're going to have a precursor. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that I support the fact that we need to pick the team that will be working on the panel, that will be looking into the nomination of those particular commissioners. Speaker, I wish to support, and I thank you.
Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support. Honorable Speaker, I was looking at the initial appointment of the commissioners. And when you look at it, it was a collusion actually between the majority leader of the former parliament and the minority leader. And in their list, they ended up appointing members from one side of the coalition as members to the panel to appoint the commissioners. And I think that was very unfair. So the amendment actually has done a correction, which will now make it, and it should also become competitive, because our constitution requires that it has to be competitive. So with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the amendment.
Benja, is that Benja? Yes, Honorable Benjamin Lagat, I believe it's you. Yes, give him the mic. I'll give one more, then I call the mover to reply. Benjamin Lagat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support the amendment because, Mr. Speaker, it is attempting to improve the process. Mr. Speaker, as has been said, the other parliament, the process was not followed properly, and this parliament we are seeking to correct the mistake. Mr. Speaker, they say cabbage in, cabbage out, Mr. Speaker. We have seen what has happened when the process was not fair, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, since this process, since we are trying to improve the process, make it fair, get as many participants to the process, as possible, Mr. Speaker, I support, because we want an independent boundaries and electoral commission, Mr. Speaker, so that we see an election that is fair and that is acceptable to all Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support, and I support strongly, Mr. Speaker.
Rindikiri. Rindikiri, yes?
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like to support.
Point of order? Who is calling out point of order? Is it Kikari again? No. Rindikiri, you have...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like to support this motion. It's very important to send a signal out there. We saw the selection panel of the 4 famous comedians. We expect that this panel will not be made of comedians, because the outcome will be...
Yes, the Honorable KJ of Dagoretti South. Give him the mic. There's one ahead of you.
Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance. I need to know if the honorable member is in order. to refer to these very infamous Kenyans as comedians, knowing very well that comedy is actually a very respected enterprise and a very respected form of art, Mr. Speaker. I wish to hear some guidance from you, Mr. Speaker, as to whether this member is in order. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that the Honorable Muridhania needed to say that these people are infamous, not famous, because they are not famous for anything, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, comedy is a very respectable enterprise. It is a respectable, talent-based hustle, and so it would be sacrilegious of the Member of Parliament to refer to the actions of people who are treasonable as comedians. Comedians are honorable, they are not treasonable.
Honorable KJ, comedians have many meanings. The respectable comedians who entertain everybody, and reckless behavior that turns into comedy. So Rindikiri is perfectly right in using that word in the manner he used.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for defending me. KJ forgot that I'm a student of literature. Mr. Speaker, we are running away from the preserve of the party leaders to form committees of selecting very serious officers or commissioners. Mr. Speaker, the last parliament which I had the privilege of being, we saw the attempt to break the constitution by the party leaders, forcing fellow members here to select people the way they want them to be selected. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of this country, Parliament is taking its own responsibility to oversight, to legislate, and to oversight the functions of every office in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, what I was referring as the House of Comedy, Mr. Speaker, what we saw is people acting like comedians. They were not acting to be in a serious office. So I'm in order to refer to these as comedians. And therefore I support that we get a team of serious people from all political parties to select serious people who are not going to be a comedian at IEBC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kikari, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand on point of order number 95 to request you, the Speaker, to ask the mover to reply, because we are just on the same thing and doing the same things. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
In any case, Honorable Kikari had directed that I'll give 2 more. Then I call the mover to reply, and the 2 have already spoken in terms of Rindikiri and Johanna Ngeno. Mover, reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply and thank the many members who have contributed for appreciating the need to have a panel that is balanced, a panel that represents all shades of opinion, those who will be nominated by the Parliament Service Commission, the Public Service Commission. That's very important because they have the marking scheme on what a good public officer should be, and those that will represent political parties, all political parties, not a section of political parties, through the Political Parties Liaison Committee, our religious interest through the Religious Council, and also the legal fraternity through LSK. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question, which is that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2022, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order, honorable members, the next order is a committee of the whole. So you will be upstanding.
1 minute. Not yet. Not yet. A bill for an act of parliament.
Honorable members, take your seats first for her to read out the bill. Sorry.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 35, Committee of the Whole House.
Now you can be upstanding, honorable members, for the Speaker to retreat.
You may be seated, members. Honorable members, we are now sitting as a committee of the whole House to consider the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2022.
Clause 2.
There are no amendments, honorable members. I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it.
Title.
There are no amendments. I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I now put the question that the title be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it.
Let's go to reporting. Let's go to reporting. Now call the mover to report.
Honorable members, I now call upon the mover to report.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2022, and its approval thereof without amendments.
I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2022, and its approval thereof without amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it. So it's this one and this one and report.
Yes, yes, you report with this.
Yeah, so I go with this.
Order, honorable members, Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2022, and approved the same without amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move to report.
The mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Njeri to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, I do hereby second.
Thank you, honorable members. I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2022, be now read a third time. I also request the Honorable Makilap to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second faithfully.
Is there any seconding without faith? Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2022, be now read a third time. I now put the question. I now put the question, which is that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2022, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act and for connected purposes.
Yes, Honorable Ichungwa, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. I just want to take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to profoundly thank all these members who have sat from 9:30 in the morning up to now close to 8 p.m. to consider all the matters that were before us, very important issues for the country. Honorable Speaker, and encourage even those who thought that even walking out is part of legislation, that next time it is better to participate in legislation making by sitting and articulating the issues. You are better off articulating those issues on the floor of Parliament other than in the streets and walking out of Parliament where you should be representing your people. And Honorable Speaker, it is sad that many members who are seated here today, Honorable Speaker, took their time. Some came back last night from Juba to be here today. I know some who flew back from Doha to be here today, Honorable Speaker. And indeed, this is the true act of patriotism and sacrifice for the sake of the country and the people that we represent. Honorable Speaker, with those very few remarks, allow me once again to wish all these members Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And as I indicated, Honorable Speaker, during the statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, that upon approval, Honorable Speaker, we are likely to have a special sitting next week, either on Wednesday or Thursday, or Wednesday and Thursday, for approval of the CRA commissioners. And I want to beg that we all avail ourselves, and including those who walked away. The special sitting is for everybody. But again, thank you very much, members, for your sacrifice and your time. Thank you.
Honorable members, allow me on your behalf, on behalf of the Parliamentary Service Commission, on behalf of the Office of the Speaker, to send a message of goodwill to all members of the House, to all Kenyans, that we have come at the end of our first session with the 13th Parliament, within which you have done momentous work. You took oath of office in accordance with the Constitution. You elected Mr. Speaker and Madam Deputy Speaker. You had a very fruitful induction at the Safari Park Hotel, and you have done tremendous work in passage of several matters that have come before the House, debating the intended amendment of the Constitution on CDA, NGCDF. You have now just finished an amendment of the IEBC Act, and above all, you have taken correctional measures in relation to the IEBC. You have vetted and approved appointment of cabinet. You vetted and approved the appointment of the Inspector General of Police. You have vetted and approved the appointment of permanent secretaries or principal secretaries under the new constitution. And now it's time for us to go home and interact with our employers, our voters. And I wish you an opportunity to go out there, preach peace to Kenyans, preach love to Kenyans, and let's hope that as we go through Christmas, the stress that our country has been having of lack of food and water in certain parts of the country is something that as leaders we must empathize with Kenyans who find themselves in that situation and support the government to quickly respond to these stress calls from all parts of the country that are under that situation. As the majority leader has said, we may at some point be called upon to come to a special sitting, but the first session of the 13th Parliament officially comes to an end today. Have a very, very hearty and merry holiday, Christmas, for those who adhere to the faith of Christianity, and those are brothers who adhere to the faith of Islam. Join your Christian brothers and sisters to make merry, the same way they normally join you for Eid and other Muslim festivals. Honorable members, now it's time to adjourn the House. Now I can call upon you to be upstanding. And the House, it is now 8:02 on November PM. We have been sitting from 9:30 in the morning, and thank you for the industry of today. And the House now stands adjourned until Tuesday, 14th February 2023, unless otherwise called for any other business in a special way at 2:30 PM.